All right. Thanks once again for staying with us. Now into 6 News Late Night Edition. We're continuing to track a complex of severe thunderstorms, now kind of extending from Stephenville, taking a looping route down through Hamilton and then towards Brownwood. And when we talk about a looping route, of course, we're talking about these bowing storms. And when we see storms that bow out like this, of course, that means strong winds. We've been following this for quite some time now, at least the last about hour and a half or so. And what's happened is we've actually seen this grow in size now. It now extends up to this complex up to about Mineral Wells as well. And then it's continuing to bring rain to parts of Brownwood as it extends back to the southwest too. So that's what we're dealing with right here. The severe thunderstorm warning has been extended, now includes all of Bosque County, the far western edge of Hill County, and then the northwestern edges there of McLennan County as well now. So the storm continues to move off to the east at about 40 miles per hour. And again, the biggest concern, yes, we could see some pocket change sized hail. Of course, that's a threat. A secondary threat would be the amount of rain that is falling with this storm. Heavy rain can lead to flooding concerns, but the main concern that we have with this storm truly continues to be just the very gusty winds that we're seeing within this storm. You see that bow, you get a little bit of a cold pool, what we call a cold air mass developing behind the storm. You get these very strong outflow winds. So let's go ahead and fire up the old weather wall computer so I don't have to keep walking back and forth while we're picking this up. Interestingly enough, so we had the storms come through earlier today. They lasted longer than we thought they would. They came in a little bit later than we thought they would. And so that kind of changed the setup. And for a while, we had an entirely different forecast expected than what was originally planned. So we moved it to where basically we were expecting the storms not to come until early morning, and we're still expecting that, but now it's actually taking on some of the shape of what we were originally expecting there in that 11 to 2 a.m. time frame. So that's what we're going on right now. Is we're seeing the severe thunderstorm complex move into our western counties. Just getting everything loaded up here. All right, here we go. So I'm going to pull this out a little bit further so I don't have to keep leaving the screen. Takes me back to my teaching days, having a podium in front of me. So here we go. Let's stop this here. Let's zoom in just a little bit on what's going on at this very moment. And you can see it extends from Hamilton to Hyco back down to Brownwood, and that where we see the kind of the most severe bow here is likely where we're going to see some of the strongest winds too. So let's go ahead and scope the storm. And like we said earlier, anywhere you see these very bright, almost white to blue colorations, that's going to be the areas of strongest winds. So right now you can see that in Erath County, down to the far eastern parts of Comanche County. Not quite seeing the wind yet in Hamilton County, but it is on the way. Not seeing it necessarily in Hill County or Bosque County either, but again, it is moving off to the east, so we'll get there eventually. Taking a look at some of these wind speeds though, they are intense. Let's take a look up in Erath County, where we're seeing winds of approximately close to 70 miles per hour potentially. Again, we're looking a little bit up into the storm, but again, what's hitting the ground very likely close to that, 65 miles per hour, not out of the realm of possibility with this storm. And I mentioned there is a minor hail threat. It's not huge. Again, you can see there near Hyco, we're seeing hail of potentially up to about 3/4 of an inch, so nickel-sized hail at best. Not severe, but still plenty enough to cause some damage to you if you step outside. So again, we always say stay inside during these storms. Absolutely the truth there. Again, not severe, but enough that you don't want to be out in it. Likely wouldn't cause too much damage to your car or your roof, but again, not something that you want to be outside in. So hail is a secondary threat to the wind. And that wind, again, gusting up to about 70 miles per hour. So we're going to let this run for just a minute. I'll be back in just a few minutes with another update, but I'm going to step off for just right now. All right, sitting back down at my desk now, I will pull up Facebook so I can answer any questions that anybody has right now in the chat. Okay. All right, yeah, so Jennifer, yeah, it's looking like it's going to be one of those nights, unfortunately. So here's the thing, it's going to come in waves, and each bit of energy that we get along the way could have an impact on the storms that follow. So what I mean by that is this first line of storms could then influence and potentially make the second line of storms weaker, which could then in turn make the third line of storms weaker. But that's not a guarantee, and I don't want anybody to take that as that's exactly what's going to happen. But all of these pieces of energy do kind of work in tandem, and they affect one another. So it's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on here. All right, but yeah, so what I was saying was basically we're watching this, and the hope is that with each passing storm, we stabilize the atmosphere just a little bit more so that the storms that follow will be less severe. That is something that happens occasionally. It's not a guarantee, but it is something that we need to watch for. As far as tornadoes, so this time of the year, Rhonda, we can never say no. We would never say there's a 0% risk, but what we can say with quite a bit of confidence is that this is going to be primarily a strong straight line wind event, which of course, remember, straight line winds can sometimes, in some cases, be just as damaging as tornadoes, but obviously tornadoes would be more damaging than straight line winds, but it does look like straight line winds, potentially large hail, and then kind of our third concern is going to be that flooding risk. So that's what we're looking at. Doris, will it be constant rain tomorrow, early part of the day? Likely, as we start the day, it's going to be a fairly consistent rain. It does come in waves, so there will be breaks in it. So that's the good news. But the problem is as we get hit with each wave could bring an additional 1.5 to 2 inches of rain. So even though it won't be constant, we're still going to have a flooding threat to be concerned with. The thing about tomorrow is it's really interesting because if we do get the storms early in the day, that should stabilize us a little bit and stave off some of what we're expecting for the afternoon. Like I said earlier, a lot of this is dependent on what comes ahead of it. So wave number 1 now moving through parts of Bosque County could have an impact on wave number 2, which you see just there back west of Abilene on I-20. And then all of that, of course, could have an impact on what's behind it as we look up towards Oklahoma. The idea being that the more rain we get, the more of that instability, the more of that energy in the atmosphere that we use up, the less is available for the storms that follow it. But as you're looking right now, yeah, I mean, you're seeing just wave after wave after wave, and that's what it's going to kind of be like through the rest of tonight into the early morning hours and then tomorrow. Yeah, Yvonne, so with that, it was a different sort of, so when we're looking at these lines of storms, a line of storms, so when I say line, here, let me step in front of the wall so we can talk more about this. What we got on the 22nd, of course, the night we got the tornado in Temple and Belton, that was a single-celled storm. That was one supercell. You could almost imagine one of these just all by itself. When that happens, these things are not sharing the energy with anybody, right? So what happens is they get really strong, really powerful. It can make that right turn. And sometimes that's a little bit unpredictable. So that's kind of what happened in Temple and Belton. When we see these squall lines, these situations, what's happening is all of these individual cells up and down the line are having to share energy. So not one storm is going to get super, super strong. And so you're not going to see those right turns. You're going to see this kind of come through as a straight line. So that's kind of the difference there. And when we see a squall line like this, the idea is that we're not going to say, hey, this is going to stay north of Temple or Belton. What we're going to say is there's a pretty high likelihood that everybody in central Texas is going to see this storm because, again, it is a squall line that goes from its tip to its, from its base to its tip. That's what each county is about 30 square miles, so 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. It's about 200 miles from tip to tail. Right, so as this continues to slide to the southeast, it's going to impact everybody. And so the storm that we're looking at right now, the one that's going through Hamilton and Bosque, sorry, my computer went to sleep. So as we kind of zoom in on this, what you can see is it's the same sort of situation. This isn't a single-celled storm. This isn't typically what's going to be a tornadic situation. This isn't going to be the sort of thing that makes a right turn on us. What's going to happen is it may expand. It may go further south, further north. Remember, it started off about this big. It's expanded this much. As these squall lines tend to do, as they continue to move and move, they will kind of line out a little bit. So with that sort of situation, you're not going to see it make a right turn. It might impact Temple, Belton, because it is getting further and further off to the south, but it's a totally kind of a different sort of severe weather situation. Individual cells will always make me more concerned than a squall line, because with individual cells, everything is possible. You're talking hail, wind, and tornadoes. With a squall line, yes, you do have a lower tornado threat. It is still there. It's not zero, but it is much, much lower in a line system, in a linear system, than it's going to be in just a singular supercell. So that's why we're a little bit less worried about that. But I would not say that anybody in central Texas is going to be safe from the severe weather, because with these squall line situations, again, they can cover, you saw the one up in the Panhandle covers about 200 miles right now. So, we're not saying anybody is going to be left out. What we're saying is it might not be quite as strong as it comes through. Again, it's going to be primarily a wind and a hail threat. So that's kind of the difference between those two situations. Hi, Rhonda. I'm not entirely sure that I am familiar with the wetlands. If you can tell me a little bit more about where you're located, it might be a little helpful for me. Hey Gil, yeah, it's looking like any one of these storms could impact Coryell, Temple area. You can see the first one that we're watching already sort of expanding off to the south a little bit. And as I put this in motion, you're going to see that it is kind of moving just a little bit southeast. The tail of the storm not really making any southward progress, but it's entirely possible we could see it continue to expand. So Temple Coryell would be on the board for that one, and then we're watching kind of the second round. It's going to be whether or not this second round really survives into central Texas because of what's out in front of it. And then as we head towards tomorrow morning, of course, our main squall line that we've been watching, that one definitely has the ability to impact anybody at all. So that's what we're watching there as well. Oh, okay. So okay. I have a little bit more clarity. Thank you, Rhonda. Yeah. So it's looking more and more like the leading edge of this storm is moving right in your direction, kind of as we speak. Right now, it does look like the storm has weakened a little bit here, but as we take a look inside, you know, the hail has not been really a huge concern all night. It's been under an inch for a while. The reason we have the severe thunderstorm warning, of course, as we've said 1,000 times, and we'll say 1,000 more, is it's going to be the wind here. And you can see, I'm going to switch to the Coryell radar site. We're using the Fort Worth radar site right now, and if I switch to Coryell, we'll get a little bit better image. There we go. In fact, we get a much better image. So as we're looking in there, it doesn't look as strong as it was. However, it does still look very strong along the leading edge here. So if I go down towards Jonesboro, that would be kind of the area of the storm that would impact Waco there. Again, close to 60 miles per hour, and really right around 60 miles per hour along the entire leading edge of this storm. As far as when you could expect that to move through, let me get out of that. We're just going to get an estimate of how fast this thing is moving. Looks like, yeah, it's still moving at about 40 miles per hour. So the leading edge, and you're going to feel the wind before you see the rain. You might see a little bit of rain, but you're going to feel the wind before the rain really takes off. We're moving just a little bit south of east here. So towards Waco by about 12:07. So about another hour is my expectation for that area. Whitney, 11:39, Hillsboro, 11:58, 12:07. There's Waco, like we were just talking about, 12:17, Hewitt, 12:33, Mart, and then Mahia, 12:54, Corsicana by 1 a.m. So that's where we're watching. Like I said, it's a little bit weaker than it was. Still seeing 60 mile per hour winds. 60 mile an hour winds can still take out a tree, can still take out a power pole. So that's why we're keeping such a close eye on this one. And you can see now they've extended the severe thunderstorm warning for the southern tip of the storm. If some part of this particular storm was going to impact Temple, Coryell, Belton, that area, it would be this back end, this tail end of the storm. And so let's kind of follow this on a track. We're going to give it a little cone of uncertainty here. And as it moves through, if we're going to see something in the I-35 Temple, Waco, Temple, Coryell area, it's going to be in the realm of likely 12:30 to 12:45, that sort of time period, maybe after 1 a.m. So it's going to be a little while. Hopefully in that time span, we've already seen this storm dissipate just a little bit. My concern is the tail ends of these squall lines are where we tend to sometimes see the strongest weather, whether that's hail or straight line winds. More likely the hail once you get to the tail end. The straight line winds are going to be more in the middle of the storm where you see towards Meridian right now. But that tail end of the storm, it can be powerful, it can be strong, and if something was going to impact Temple and Coryell with this storm, it would be that area of the storm, so something we'll definitely have to keep an eye on. Yeah, Gil, that's what I'm looking at right now. It's likely once you get down here, once you get to the tail ends of these storms, it's going to be a little bit more of a hail threat than a wind threat. That doesn't mean there isn't a wind threat. As a matter of fact, you can see right there, very strong gusty winds on the tail end of the storm, up to 60 miles per hour, but that's also where you're more likely to get some developing hail cores, potential rotation, things like that. So let's look at the hail within the storm. And yeah, just south of Democrat there, we're looking at likely just a little bit over an inch. Let's look, yeah, 1.3, so closer to that ping pong ball size that we've seen a lot of recently. Let's take a look at this though. I want to put it in motion because we're trying to track it, and it's become a little bit difficult to track because this part, it's what we call back building. So as the front of this storm continues to push out at 40 miles per hour, let me step over here. This part of the storm's pushing out at 40 miles per hour. It's also pushing out those 50 mile per hour outflow winds, but the storm itself continues to back build to the west. So this area of the storm has, what the appearance it gives is that it hasn't moved much. It's still moving at 40 miles per hour, but it is something that is kind of lagging behind the rest of the storm. So that's why we're kind of having to keep an eye on it just a little bit here. And we'll continue watching it as it approaches I-35. My hope is here as we head into the night here, we're running out of heat. Hopefully we can get these storms to dissipate just a little bit. Most of the storm has, but this tail end, sometimes what we call that tail end Charlie, is still continuing to intensify a little bit here. Unfortunately, on my last scan, did see a little bit of rotation with this storm. Like I said, it's a low tornado threat. It is not a zero tornado threat. Unfortunately, so we'll keep an eye on the tail end of the storm here. We know what the middle of the storm's doing. We know that that's where the strongest straight line winds are, but if this area of the storm wants to develop some rotation, that's something that we're going to have to watch. But yes, definitely a hail core. And it continues to be just south of Democrat. Like I said, this part, the movement gets a little bit wonky. Because the middle of the storm is going to push out. It's got plenty of support to push out. The tail end of the storm is going to want to try and wrap back a little bit. So that's why you still see that hail core just south of Democrat hasn't moved very much. For the record, here is kind of what we're thinking as far as the storm impacts are concerned. Like I said, it's a low tornado threat. It's very low. It's not zero. Again, we don't have a zero option on this graphic for that reason. As far as the wind gusts, that's my biggest concern right now. Yeah, we have the one hail core at the tail end of the Hamilton storm, but the wind gusts obviously are the bigger concern because they cover a much larger area. And then as far as the hail, quarter size and up, a medium threat, it's likely, but it's going to be more isolated than obviously the wind threat. The wind threat is just taking large swaths of area. And then of course a medium flooding threat. I say medium because not everybody's going to see the rain, but those that have seen rain in the last several weeks, which is, let's be honest with each other, most of us, the areas that have already seen flooding, what more rain we see could continue to cause problems. And while we're on the topic, let's just take a look. This is one of our models here. Over the next, let's say about 12, 8, 21, over the next 21 hours or so, we're looking at the possibility of another 1 to 2 to potentially 3 inches of rain in some areas. Now this model's backed off a little bit. This is the same one that earlier was showing us over 5 inches, but still a lot of rain, especially considering what we've already gone through. Well, Rhonda, I definitely appreciate you saying thank you. Obviously this is what we do. Our goal is to make sure that everybody stays as safe as possible and definitely want to keep everybody informed. And, just a side note is, the streaming platform options that we have now that we didn't have necessarily when I started my broadcasting career. It's a great way for us to allow people to not have to miss their shows while staying abreast of the weather situation, and it allows us to basically have a constant line of communication with everybody, and especially in a really dangerous situation, a tornadic situation like we saw last Wednesday. You're not going to be able to take your TV off the wall and take it with you to your safe space. However, you can take your cell phone, and of course if you have the 6 News app on your phone, KCE and 6 News app, obviously you can take that with you to your safe space and you can continue to hear what we're reporting as it happens, even though at that point, if you're in your safe space, you probably shouldn't and won't be next to a large screen TV. How much higher will Lake Belton get? Well, so that's a little bit of a loaded question because it's contingent on a few things. One, it's contingent on how much more rain we get, and as you can see here across the area, we're looking at an additional 2 inches, which could lead to another foot of water in the lake. It's also contingent on the entire watershed that feeds into Lake Belton. So it really depends not just on what falls on the lake, but what falls in the surrounding areas, and then it also depends on how much we can let out of the lake. So. Kind of a loaded question. If everything that we're seeing in our models comes to fruition, I wouldn't be surprised by another foot or 2. And I can give you a more up-to-the-date idea on where it is now, because the other day, remember, it was roughly, if I remember correctly, over 12 feet over its banks, which is not great. But as I'm taking a look at it in real time, let's see, and y'all won't be able to see the data I'm looking at. It's actually gone down, which is good recently. It is now, well, it's still 16 feet over its banks. Even having come down a little bit over the past week or so, it's still very high. So obviously, any more water in the lake than that. It peaked about 2 days ago at about 18 feet above its banks. We're now down to 16 feet, so it's on the way down. If we can avoid monster rainfall tonight and tomorrow and through the weekend, it might get another foot or so, just as an educated sort of, I don't want to say guess, but a guesstimate, basically, at the end of the day. How's Coryell going to be tonight? Coryell, we have multiple chances to see some severe thunderstorms. It's more than likely going to be a high wind threat. The first one is with this storm that we've been tracking for a while now that's coming through Hamilton. Really not liking what I'm seeing with the tail end of that storm. but we'll keep an eye on that. That would be the first potential wave to impact Colleen. It depends what the southeasterly motion in the storm ends up being. It could track just to the north of Colleen. Right now, based on everything we're looking at as far as its forward motion, it looks like it would track more through the Troy, Bruceville, Eddy area than it would through Colleen. However, right behind that, we have batch number 2 of storms. And then that one would come through more so in the 1 to 2 a.m. time frame. And again, that could bring with it the potential for some larger hail and some gusty winds. And then the last thing that we're looking at, of course, is still the main squall line out behind everything that is kind of moving right now through parts of the Red River Valley and through far northwest Texas there. And that will continue to move through, and that will impact us between about 3 and probably about 5 and 6 and 7 a.m. That line, this squall line way back to the northwest, would be the most likely to impact Colleen as it continues to push off to the southeast. We're going to see it kind of encompass a lot of central Texas potentially as it comes through tomorrow morning. But any one of these waves could hit, and any one of these waves could bring with it the potential for severe weather. It's just a matter of tracking them. I don't know that this first wave will impact Colleen. It could potentially, but right now its track takes it a little bit further north. We'll have to see if it expands any further to the south. The second wave behind it, that one looks like it would be more inline to come through Colleen, Temple, Belton, and by that point, it's going to we're going to start to see these storms struggle to stay severe, which is good news as they come through an area that's already been impacted by storms and everything else. That doesn't mean they won't, so we'll continue to watch as they continue on that direction. And then obviously there's round 3. As far as Reagan is concerned, as I'm looking at the initial wave that we're dealing with right now, let me zoom in here. You'll have to forgive me. I am very quickly just reacclimating myself with where Reagan is. I believe it's in the vicinity of 14. Am I mistaken in that? Oh, please don't hate me for. Sorry, I've only been here about a year. So, as far as Limestone County in general and Falls County are in the path of this first line of storms. So yes, I would be inclined to believe that this particular wave of storms will impact Reagan. As far as when, that is obviously the million-dollar question. They're traveling at about 45 miles per hour as it is off to the southeast. So we would be looking, Reagan is not showing up on our little tracking list, but if we use Thornton as a good estimate, it would be in the 1 a.m., kind of 12:45 to 1 a.m. time frame that they would get here. And as far as what they are bringing with them right now, we want to take a look inside the storm. Last we checked, the winds were still up around 60 miles per hour. It doesn't look like they'd be as strong as they were, but here recently the weather is not doing things that it normally does. So let's take a look. Yeah, still pretty stiff winds in the middle of this storm here. Try to get some of the brighter shades here. Yeah, 60, 65 miles per hour. Well, that one came in at 47. But that is what I would expect in Reagan as this storm continues to move through. It'll come through, like I said, Limestone County here in the next hour and a half to 2 hours. And if it holds together, and that's always the key with these storms, is how long will they hold together? Again, these storms have gone on a long journey. By the time it gets to Limestone County, it'll have been going for the better part of 200 miles. But likely right now it's still very organized, still has real organized shape to it, so I don't see any reason why it would calm down at all. So I would still expect about 50 to 60 mile per hour winds here in another hour and a half to 2 hours or so. And of course, that comes with it the lightning, the thunder, and the rain. We've been talking about the wind. Obviously, the rain is important right now because we've had so much rain in the last month that everything's saturated. Flooding is still a concern, so I don't want to leave that out completely. But right now, As Kathy just mentioned, lightning storms in Meridian, praying you don't lose another tree to fall and hit the house. Of course, a lot of people have lost a lot of trees in a lot of these storms, so that's why I'm more concerned about the wind, but obviously flooding is also a concern as well, and lightning, because lightning, it can also take down trees and poles, et cetera, et cetera. So we're keeping an eye on all threats right now, but my biggest concern right now when I look at a bowing out storm like that is going to be the wind. I do want to take a look at the base of the storm because it is showing some signs of rotation, and that does concern me a little bit. Moving southeast, should stay south of Hamilton. No tornado warnings or anything like that on it, but it's something worth watching. And I always struggle with when we say things like, it's a low tornado threat. I do have to say it's a low tornado threat because the other threats are, more likely, but look at these little tail-end Charlies sometimes. And this is what can happen, unfortunately. And so what I'm looking at right now, you see, and I'll jump in front of the wall for this so you can actually see what I'm talking about right here. These things right here, this little what we call a couplet kind of come together where the reds and the greens come together and they kind of make that pinwheel shape. What's happening is red is winds away from the radar, green is winds toward the radar. And so what happens is when you start to get some rotation, the radar says, okay, well, I sent out a scan, the winds were coming this way, then they were going this way, and then they were going that way. So you can see why that would lead to the idea of potentially some rotation in the storm. So something to keep an eye on. Like I said, there's no tornado warning on this at this time. But when I start to see those winds wrap around a little bit like that, it's just something to keep an eye on. Sorry, Jennifer. Like I said, I try to remember where everything is. I really do. But there's a couple that escape me sometimes. I knew it was in this region. Trying to get it to zoom in far enough. There it is. It's on 6. Of course, I remember from the last time we had the tornado concern go through Falls County. That's right. It came very close to your community. I remember that. Here's a little bit of good news, is we're still seeing winds in that 50-mile-per-hour range along the leading edge of this storm, but they have diminished a little bit, which is good news. It's still 50 to 55 miles per hour. Something we'll continue to keep an eye on, but it looks like as this storm trucks along, maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to take that severe thunderstorm warning off that part of the storm. I'm not going to make any promises yet, but something we're watching. Yeah, especially, no blame there, Jennifer. Especially, a day after what happened in Temple, that was a wild 48 hours for sure. Is the warning going to be extended for McLennan County? So Rhonda, that's what I'm wondering, because the storm is diminishing a little bit, but it hasn't diminished to the point where they would expire the warning or cancel the warning outright. We'll see what happens. We've got about 4 minutes left in the current warning. If it remains above 58 miles per hour, then yes, we'll extend it. Right now, it was looking more in the 50 to 55 range, so we might see that allowed to expire. However, with that being said, even if the warning was to expire, if the winds were still gusting out by 50 to 55 miles per hour, it would still definitely be worth paying attention to. So we'll see. Taylor, yeah, so the storms we're expecting for later very well could. The likeliest we'd be looking at would be by early morning. But the storms right behind the initial line, assuming they hold together, would be fairly likely to hit Temple as well. It's going to be a matter of whether they hold together or not. But we are still expecting that morning system to impact Temple as well. The problem is right now, I can show you our forecast models. At the end of the day, there's a lot going on right now. Between the current squall line that's moving across the area to what we're expecting here over the next couple of hours, all the way through tomorrow morning, each of these rounds of thunderstorms will have an impact on the one behind it. What I mean by that is it could strengthen them, it could weaken them. It just depends, what happens as these storms come through. So our models right now are still leaning, this particular model is still leaning very heavy on an early morning system coming through. That's going to be the one coming out of the Panhandle at this hour. So that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. Should the storms in front of it help stabilize just a little bit, I mean, that would be best case scenario, because then they wouldn't be as severe. We could still see storms, but they wouldn't necessarily be as severe. So it's all going to be a matter of how these storms interact with each other, how outflow boundaries are pushed out, and how those interact with the next rounds of storms. So something we're going to have to keep an eye on. It truly is one of those situations, and I hate to say this because it's my entire job description, but this is going to be a little bit more on the unpredictable side. and we definitely need to make sure that we're just staying weather aware through the night. And what I mean by that is not necessarily don't go to sleep. What I mean by that is just make sure you have a methodology for receiving your warnings. Something that you know will wake you up, whether it's the 6 News app in our alerts that get pushed out, whether it's a NOAA weather radio, whether it's, whatever the case may be, whether it's setting an alarm for every couple of hours to check on what's, happening. Something to stay weather aware throughout the night and still also attempt to get a little bit of sleep, because we're kind of playing this one as it goes, just because of the way these storms are interacting with each other. I can show you this model, which doesn't have a whole lot through about the 1 a.m. hour. And then it brings that line of storms out of the panhandle through about 7 o'clock, and it still has them fairly severe. I can then show you a second model, and this is an entirely different model, that's going to show you an entirely different story. So for instance, this is our long range model that we use a lot. And this one shows a full squall line covering the entire area in the next hour, which I think we know is not the case, because our current squall line ends at Hamilton, basically down towards Brownwood and Goldthwaite. Put this in motion, and then what happens tomorrow morning? It brings nothing through tomorrow morning. So as of right now, our forecast models, which are our bread and butter, are a little bit untrustworthy, if we're being honest with each other, because the computer models have a really hard time picking up on things like those outflow boundaries that we've been dealing with all week. That's the gusty winds we've been getting. Sometimes those can weaken the storms behind them. Sometimes they can strengthen the storms behind them. Our forecast models just have a really hard time with that. So we're just going based on our own judgment right now. Really, if we're being honest with each other, and my judgment tells me that we have a storm that, as you can see, and Rhonda, if you're still with us on the chat, to your point, to my point earlier, they did allow the warning to expire. However, I would still say that those winds are probably gusting out at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So yeah, even though it's not severe criteria, which is 58 miles per hour, there's still very gusty winds moving now towards into McLennan County as we speak. So as we take a look inside, again, it doesn't look nearly as bad as it did before. The colors are not nearly as bright, but as we go into some of these brighter areas, see, it shows 63. But the problem is we're using a radar station that's located very near to Georgetown. So I mean, it's having to the beam is traveling a long way, and they travel at an angle, so it's going further and further up into the storm. So to say it's 63 at the surface may not be the case. So that's what we're dealing with as well, is just kind of being in what I call no man's land in terms of where our radar sites are. So I've had a few more questions about Temple and Killeen. As far as Temple and Killeen are concerned, for tomorrow, we're going to have multiple opportunities where we could be seeing shower and thunderstorm activity, starting in the morning and moving through the afternoon into the evening. It doesn't appear to be a situation where it would be a just constant rainfall throughout the day, but it could come in waves for sure. So that's definitely worth noting for tomorrow. As far as the rest of the night tonight, again, we're watching this storm complex, which is pulling this tail end storm down now through close to Evant. And it's going to move through potentially flat and maybe even into the Troy Temple area here over the next couple of hours. So we're watching that one for Temple. Assuming that holds together, it could bring with it potential hail and gusty winds. We're then watching what's behind it. I'm not seeing a whole lot here that would indicate that this storm has any ideas about weakening. You can see some of the hail cores kind of mixing out there as these storms come together and congeal into a solid line. Yeah, no problem, Jennifer. It's why we do what we do, to keep people informed, to keep them safe, to the best of our abilities, of course. So this is kind of congealing into a line, and again, as it does so, it will become a strong wind and hail threat. That likely has the possibility of pushing through the Killeen Temple area as it continues on its track. So if I just grab this part of the storm and bring it through, you can see again it's going to kind of follow the same path as the storms in front of it, which could be good news because as long as it goes through a more stabilized environment, it won't necessarily be as strong. Right now you can see multiple severe thunderstorm warnings on that particular storm. So yeah, for Belton, kind of the same story as Temple. We're watching the potential for multiple waves of thunderstorm activity to move through the area starting tomorrow morning and moving through the afternoon. Bosque County, for that time frame, 11 a.m., so much of that is going to depend on what happens in the overnight hours. And I know that's absolutely not the answer anybody wants to hear at this point. But like we kind of have to go on our own judgment right now because our models are all over the place. Not a single one agrees with another one. So what we're looking at right now is a complex of storms that would bring a little bit more stability to Bosque County, potentially. We're then looking at a second wave, which could continue that trend. And then if we get that line that moves through tomorrow morning, that could impact us and potentially stave off any of that late morning, early afternoon activity that we're talking about. Driving up to Granbury. So as you go north, north, you know, that obviously is the direction that everything is kind of coming from. So it's going to be a situation there. Once you get a clearing, you know, Meridian and Granbury are relatively close enough. If you can get a break in the waves, you likely would be able to make it without having to drive through any of the storms. Because again, it's not going to be a consistent thing. It's going to be waves. But that 11 a.m. time frame right now is just a little difficult to predict. Just it's going to be based on a lot again on what happens tonight. In fact, you can already see, as I zoom out, we're already seeing some impacts on that squall line coming out of the panhandle based on everything that's happened so far. Likely what's happening is we're seeing some of these outflow boundaries come out of these storms and kind of break this squall line apart. What we're going to be watching towards the morning is if it can kind of re-solidify. Let's see, Copper's Cove. So for Cove, likely going to be missed by what's happening right now. That again looks like it's going to want to stay more north towards the Troy Temple area. I'm looking at this next line of storms behind the initial line though, because that one seems to be attempting to build a little bit further to the south as it comes along. A little bit more energy to work with out there in West Texas. That one could impact us here. If it does, it's going to be a minute. These storms are moving right about 30 or 40 miles per hour. So if this storm continues on its current trajectory, which again, I see no reason why it wouldn't. You know, I'm not zoomed in far enough. That's why we're not getting Copper's Cove inside of our little scope here. Oh, come on. I'm gonna retract this. All right, we'll use Colleen as a measuring stick. It says 409, so Copper's Cove being just a little bit west of that, I would say in that 3:45 to 4 a.m. So very likely the sort of thing that once you've gone to bed could wake you up. And again, it's what we've been telling everybody all day and all night is you want to make sure you have your app downloaded. It's Taylor, it's the KCEN 6 News app. So if you're in the Play Store or if you're in the App Store, you'll have to forgive me, I'm not an Apple person. Don't search 6 News, because if you do that, you'll get every channel 6 across the country. Just do KCEN, and then it should be the one that just pops up with our logo in the icon. But yeah, so yeah, like I said, for Cove, we'd be looking probably in that 3:45 to 4. We've been telling everybody, just make sure if you have a NOAA weather radio, make sure it's turned on, make sure it's close to you as you go to bed. If you've got the 6 News app, make sure the volume's up, and then you'll get a push alert if any new warnings or watches are issued. So that's our best way to keep safe tonight, because like I said, you can see here based on just the timing and the distance of the storms that are out in the Abilene area, it's going to be 3-4 a.m. before they get here. Likely won't still be severe. It doesn't mean they won't, because things have been a little wonky lately, and the things that we've all learned about meteorology and things that we all know about meteorology are not necessarily working for us right now. Typically what happens, you get to 3-4 in the morning, that's the latest, that's the darkest it gets, and that's the coolest that it gets, that 4 to 6 a.m. time frame. That's as cool as it gets in the overnight hours. And we've been seeing storms survive into that time frame when usually they would run out of energy long before then. So yeah, that's going to be that 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. The one behind it, we're still watching kind of that 5, 6, 7 o'clock time frame, that morning drive. And if this storm, and you can see it up here in the panhandle, I'm going to step in front of the wall real quick so I can talk about, we have so many storm complexes, I need to make sure I'm being very clear about which ones we're talking about. This first storm complex is now moving into McLennan County. That's the one that should get here just in the next hour or so. If you're in Limestone County, we were talking about that earlier, it's a couple hours away. And this severe thunderstorm warning, this is the only severe thunderstorm warning left on this complex, is moving towards Coryell County. It's going to be the northern to mid parts of Coryell County. We're not looking down towards Cove, we're looking more towards Gatesville for that storm. And even that, excuse me, even that looks like it's potentially weakened in just that last scan, so we'll keep an eye on that. Then behind that, this is the one we were looking at moving into the I-35 corridor around that 3 or 4 time frame. And then we still have to keep an eye on our main line, which again, I have a feeling these might connect here over the next several hours, and we'll get here in that 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 o'clock time frame. That's going to be that morning drive storm we were just talking about, but it likely gets here earlier than that. So just a lot to deal with tonight, a lot going on. And again, what's not necessarily 100% clear is how these storms are going to interact with each other. As these storms kind of cool the air around them, and as we get deeper into the night and we get what's called a nocturnal inversion going, we could see a little bit of a cap develop that kind of tamps the storms down just a little bit. But then as we head into tomorrow, then we have round after round potentially. But here's the thing, and this is what makes this really fun, or not fun if you're playing the home game, is when this comes through daybreak, through the morning drive, does that stabilize the atmosphere to the point where we don't have to deal with more waves of storms afterwards? That's what we're kind of banking on. That's what we're looking at. So if you'll remember Tuesday, we had all of our models were showing a massive squall line just coming right through with strong winds, large hail, everything else, everything but the kitchen sink coming through late Tuesday into Wednesday morning. That didn't happen. Why didn't that happen? Because a storm went through Dallas Tuesday morning, knocked out power to a lot of people, including my own family. And what happened was it kicked out a strong outflow boundary, cooled the atmosphere, stabilized the atmosphere, poof, away went the squall line we were expecting in the overnight hours into Wednesday morning. So that's what we're watching, those interactions between storms to see if anything can bring these storms down just a little bit. I have so many questions about the polygon nightmare that is going on around Abilene right now. Basically, this entire storm complex is severe. However, multiple cores, potentially multiple hail cores, potentially multiple areas where they're seeing strong winds, And each one of them has been given a severe thunderstorm warning. There we go. Now we're seeing some of them be allowed to cancel out and to expire here because that was a mess. But you can see part of the storm, this part of the storm is going off to the northeast, this part of the storm is going east, this part of the storm is going off to the northeast as well. So there was just a lot going on there for a second, and a lot of polygons made it a little bit hard to read, but now you get a better idea. Basically, we're seeing these storms kind of push away from each other. We have kind of a left splitting storm that's going to move off to the north, but a bulk of the activity is moving off to the east. So that's why we're watching that one as well for potential impacts here in central Texas, because you can see at least the base of the storm is moving off to the east, and that would move through central Texas. So a little bit more good news is you can see the severe thunderstorm warning on that storm near Evant has now been allowed to expire. So that's good news. Remember, we were watching it earlier for some signs of potentially some broad rotation and that hail core that it was developing, but now we can see that that has been allowed to expire. Go ahead and take a look at that storm, and we'll see exactly why that was allowed to expire. And this is what I was talking about earlier when we talk about these storms moving into the late night hours. Eventually, they run out of steam. They have to. You run out of heat. You run out of lift. Everything else. So the rotation does not look nearly as tight as it did before. And again, it wasn't necessarily the tightest thing in the world before. So that's good news. Excuse me. But we're also seeing the color shadings in our velocity scan go down as well. So obviously the brighter the colors, the faster the winds. If you're near Hamilton right now, still potentially seeing 50 miles per hour with the winds. Now that's not severe. Again, severe is going to be anything 58 miles an hour or greater. But if a wind is traveling at 50 miles per hour, it's still going to blow things around. You're still going to find if your trash cans are out of your trash collections tomorrow, you might find your trash cans in your neighbor's yard at this point with 50 mile an hour winds. I don't know why anybody would be going anywhere at 11:47. I don't know why anybody would be going anywhere when we've been talking about winds for the better part of the last 48 hours. But it will blow you around on the road as well in your car. So with winds still upwards of 40 to 50 miles per hour, no, it's not severe, but yes, you still need to stay indoors. Yes, you're still going to hear it as it blows through. Excuse me. So if you're in Crawford, you're probably starting to feel those winds start to move through as we speak. If you're in the Waco area, which I know a couple of viewers at least earlier were, you're going to start to feel those winds start to push through here imminently in the next few minutes. Do want to point out an interesting aspect of the radar. You can see behind the main push of rain, there is this little area of green. This is what we call a little bit of it's a cold pool. A lot of cold air developing where the rain has passed through. That's where a lot of these strong outflow winds come from. They actually come from behind the storm and blow through the storm. Basically, cold air is heavier than warm air. So the colder the air gets up above, it starts to fall out of the storm. It hits the ground. It spreads out in all directions. That's where we get some of these outflow winds from. Hey Jeff, still here, still monitoring. At the moment, nothing severe in the area, so just taking a quick break. The only thing we're dealing with right now is potential windy situation about to move through Waco. Moving through Crawford right now in Elmont, you can see the leading edge of this storm producing winds of likely 45 to 50 miles per hour here. And that will be moving into Waco here in the next few minutes. Also, if you're in Elmont, West, Moody, storm's headed your way as well. Flat, Gatesville, likely already feeling it. And so we're continuing to watch that aspect of the storm. And then after that, we'll be turning our attention to what comes behind it. But again, right now, nothing severe in the area. That is great news. Heavy rain, though. And I feel like that's kind of the forgotten piece of this puzzle. The last several days is there's a lot of rain with these storms. So we're continuing to watch anywhere you see these bright red shadings on our reflectivity. So from Clifton to Crawford to West to Hillsborough, anywhere we see the heavy rain move through, last any more than a couple of minutes, it could lead to more potential flooding. So that's something we're watching, and obviously the wind. But other than that, like I said, nothing severe at the moment, but we will continue to monitor. Again, we have multiple rounds incoming tonight, so we are still keeping an eye. Good time for explanation. If you are in the Waco to Hillsborough area at this point right now and you're wondering why there aren't any severe thunderstorm warnings or anything like that, even though it's getting very windy, we have specific criteria for severe weather, and it's kind of based on what we deem to be damaging versus not necessarily so damaging. So with winds, anything 58 miles per hour or greater, that's considered severe. However, with that being said, I will tell you from personal experience that 50-mile-an-hour winds will still blow you off the road if you're in your car. They will also still could remove smaller tree branches, things like that. 40 to 50 is enough to take out some of your smaller branches. Obviously, 60 to 70 is strong enough to take out some of your larger branches as well. So with these storms, while they're not severe in the definition of severe weather, they are strong. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds are still nothing to be messed with. And so that's what we're dealing with. We're also dealing with heavy rain, basically from all the way up towards Johnson County there, all the way down into the western parts of McLennan County, and now moving into Waco. So I told you this earlier, if you're in Waco, you were going to feel the wind before you felt the rain. So that's exactly probably what's happening as we speak, is you're getting some 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts coming through Waco, and then you're going to get the rain following close behind it. Now this rain, you can see it's a little bit of a deeper line here. It's also, again, it's moving about 40 miles per hour, but it could drop rain for the better part of 10 to 15 minutes. So we are going to be watching the potential here for some flooding threats as well, because you can see the leading edge of the storm does have some strong rain associated with it. That's the other thing too. Interesting thing as I'm watching this move through that I want to point out, though, you see some of that bow has been taken out of the storm. So from Hillsborough up towards Parker and then on up towards Tarrant County there, again, this part of the storm likely not having as strong a winds as we had before, potentially seeing some of those winds die down. The back end of the storm here still has that pretty strong bow to it, so I would say there's probably still some wind situations there, again, from Elmont to Waco to Crawford. So again, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds would not be unexpected with this storm, so keep that in mind here as we head through the next several minutes. All right, folks in Waco, here comes the rain. It is moving in as we speak. I did turn on flood warnings and flash flood warnings a minute ago. A couple of areas of concern to talk about, because we've been talking mostly about wind. We need to talk about rain. Is going to be, there is a flood warning in effect for the area around Gatesville until 10:30 on Saturday. I want to get more information on that one. So let me do that real quick. So this is going to be for the Leon River. So any areas in and around the Leon River are going to be included in this flood warning. This is through Saturday at 10:30 p.m. Basically what it means is the river is getting up there. It's at 22 feet, it appears, is where our flood stage would occur. And by Saturday morning, it's crested to get up to about 22.1, so a little bit above flood stage by Saturday morning. And obviously with rain moving in as we speak, that is only going to continue to aggravate those problems there along the Leon River. So there's a flood warning in effect. This is not a flash flood warning. We're not looking for the types of situations where flooding can happen imminently and occur quickly. It's going to be more along the lines of maybe avoid any low water crossings along the Leon for the next several days as we continue to deal with continued rain over the next couple of days. We also have a flash flood warning in effect for most of the DFW Metroplex right now, from Parker County to Tarrant County to Dallas County, parts of Ellis County, parts of Johnson County, and then obviously also Somerville and Hood County as well. So those areas are all under a flash flood warning through the rest of the evening. If you're heading there tomorrow morning, could potentially be running into more rain, so flooded roadways would be a concern if you're heading towards the DFW Metroplex as you head into tomorrow morning. And a flood warning in effect for the Trinity. As somebody who is from Dallas, born, bred, and raised, used to seeing the Trinity pretty low, yeah, we're now in a situation where 2 of the 3 forks of the Trinity River are under a flood warning. So not a great situation up there either, as far as the Trinity is concerned. Been a lot of rain in Dallas the last several days. Back here in Central Texas, though, another flood warning that has popped up just over the course of today is going to be for the Navasota River. This is my shocked face, unfortunately. There's just no surprise anymore whenever we have to talk about the Navasota River, because they have gotten so much rain on the east side of Central Texas that the Navasota just has not had a chance to catch up. And obviously when you talk about Lake Limestone, Lake Mejia, you talk about Fort Parker, the lake there, all of these areas that are dammed up, obviously as the river flows into the lakes, water has to be released from the dams, and then otherwise they build up over their banks, and then you just end up with an issue. The area between Leon and Robertson County, where the Navasota River forms the county line there, that has been basically under a perpetual flood warning since the beginning of May, end of April. So that continues to be a problem. So there are a couple of highway crossings, Highway 7, Highway 79, that go right across the Navasota River from Leon County into Robertson County. So avoid that if at all possible over the next few days, as that continues to trend above its banks as well. Another area is going to be the Beat Eyes Creek, also the Trinity River as it flows into Walker County there. So several areas that where the rivers are just inundated right now, and low water crossings are not going to be friendly to you for the moment. So worth noting. If you're in west and you're dealing with the heavy rain, the thunder, and the lightning, you're about halfway through it at this point. unless we get a little bit more back build behind it. The heaviest rain should be through here in the next several minutes. Behind that, you get some light rain for a little bit longer. Michaela's saying just rolled into Waco. Yeah, that's what we're seeing here. Probably got the winds first, followed by the rain. And it doesn't look like necessarily the heaviest of the rain has started falling in Waco, but you're going to start getting it. It's going to pick up in intensity for probably 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then it's going to start decreasing in intensity for another about 10, 15, 20 minutes. So about 30 to 40 minutes that we're looking at the potential for some amount of rainfall in Waco. And again, more rain rolling into Gatesville as we speak. So again, the Leon River is going to continue to have problems. You can see there, it's not forecasted to fall back below flood stage until late Saturday night. If anybody was wondering why we sometimes get these little tiny flood warnings, like we have in Gatesville, or like we have along the Navasota River there, these they're flood warnings, but I call them typically river flood warnings. They are not necessarily just for river floods, but in our part of the world, we typically get these flood warnings along our area rivers because we have so many rivers and creeks. When we get a lot of rain in a short amount of time, or in the case of this spring, when we get a lot of rain over the course of a long period of time, what ends up happening is these areas end up with the rivers end up getting swollen up. Right, and so they get above their flood stage. The flood warning is typically issued as the river starts to approach flood stage. Usually before it gets there, the flood warning is issued, and then the flood warnings are usually scheduled to last until the river is forecasted to drop back below flood stage. So that's why you'll see these flood warnings issued for a much longer period of time. Now, the other type of flood warning that I now get to talk about is a flash flood warning that has now been issued for all of McLennan County, parts of Coryell County. Of course, we were just talking about the Leon River, but there's rain falling all across the northern half of Coryell County right now, in effect for parts of Hill County and Bosque County there as well, and for parts of Limestone County. So this is in effect, this is one of those situations we were just talking about where flooding can occur quickly and without much warning, because we're getting a lot of rain over a short amount of time. Again, this storm's moving relatively quickly, 30 miles per hour or so, but the problem is you can see it's getting deeper and deeper. The heavy rain portion of this storm is getting a little bit deeper. So you're going to end up seeing heavy rain, especially where you see these darker burgundies. So north of Waco there, kind of up towards Elmont, you're going to get heavy rain, and it's going to last for a decent amount of time, 30 to potentially 45 minutes of the rain falling, and that's what can lead to, again, flooding concerns. Now, under a normal circumstance, if we were in the middle of the summer and this storm came through, would we see a flash flood warning issued this quickly? Probably not. But when you deal with the amount of rain that we've had to deal with for the past month and a half or so, everything's saturated, so it does not take much to get problems occurring again on area roadways. So obviously right now, at this point, it's 12:15 on a Thursday night / Friday morning. Likely not a lot of people out on the roads. And if you were thinking that you needed to go do something at 1 in the morning, this is not the time nor the place. Just go to bed, wake up tomorrow, do whatever it is you needed to do, because here's the deal. With the rain falling now and the heavy rain coming through parts of the I-35 corridor, it's going to be really easy to see roads flooded through Waco, Elmont, likely down towards Crawford and Moody as well. So again, just stay home. And we always say turn around, don't drown. If you do have to be out for one reason or the other, just don't drive through flooded roadways. I can't stress this enough. If you can hear the exasperation of my voice, we do too many stories about people driving through police barricades, through fire truck barricades, about folks driving into flooded roadways where they end up getting swept away because they didn't know how deep the water was. In most cases, especially at night, you're not going to be able to tell how deep the water is. So if you look at it and you say, oh, that might be 2 inches. Well, it may not be 2 inches. It may be 6 to 8 inches, and that's enough to get your car moving. So again, turn around, don't drown, don't drive through flooded roadways, especially don't cross through first responder barricades, whether it's a fire truck barricade, whether it's a police barricade, or whatever the case may be. Just obey those. Not only is it a good idea, it's also the law. So it's going to be an insult to injury sort of situation. If you drive through a police barricade, you end up washing away. And this isn't just for tonight. The police are likely not going to be out barricading roads in this sort of situation. It's, again, 12:15 at night. I'm just saying in general, whenever we have these flood situations, if you get swept away and then you get found, it's not legal to drive through a barricade, so there could also be other consequences on top of you losing your car. So keep that in mind. It's for your safety, and it's just a good idea. So that's where we're watching. A little bit interesting shape to the storms, losing just a little bit of the reflectivity there in that area just around Waco, so potentially a lull in the rain before it picks up again. And this whole block of convection right here is going to be moving basically due east through Waco, so you're going to be dealing with this for several minutes. Like I said before, potentially 30 to 45 minutes there of moderate to heavy rainfall. So flooding will be a concern, especially in Waco, Elmont, down in near China Spring, and everywhere else in the greater Waco metropolitan area is going to be under the gun for some pretty heavy rainfall here for the next probably close to an hour or so. So keep that in mind. We're also kind of watching the tail end of the storm here. If it starts to sag a little bit further south, could impact areas like Bruceville, Eddy, and Troy. Moody with heavy rainfall as well. You can see the flash flood warning does extend down all the way to the base there in McLennan County. So keep that in mind, that heavy rainfall expected basically throughout McLennan County for the next little while here. So again, travel is not recommended. It is 12:15 at night. I would not be traveling. There is no reason to be traveling. Well, I have to travel. At some point I'll be going home. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's just stay safe out there. Remember, turn around, don't drown. So that's my advice, and I am sticking to it. So we're going to let this run. If anything changes, of course, we'll give you another update. Yeah, Nathan, we're all about to need a boat. That is the truth. So, and again, I want to thank everybody for staying with me into the late night hours here on our live stream. Whether you're with us on Facebook, and of course, if you're with us on Facebook, feel free to ask any questions you might have. If you're with us on the 6 News app on your phone, or if you're with us on 6 Plus on Roku or Apple TV or on the Fire Stick, or if you are just with us on good old-fashioned KCENTV.com on your computer, I want to thank you for staying up with us. Of course, you know, we're here to make sure that we're getting everything updated. Right now, there is nothing severe in the area. Right now, we're dealing with some heavy rain, potentially some gusty winds in parts of Waco up to Elmont, Hillsboro. That area is seeing rain right now. The biggest concern with what's happening at the moment is going to be with flooding. And that is, again, there is a flash flood warning in effect for most of McLennan, well, all of McLennan, parts of Hill, parts of Bosque, parts of Limestone, parts of Coryell. Basically, anywhere where you're seeing the heavy rain right now, you're under a flash flood warning. And the reason is because it hasn't stopped raining for like a month and a half. So yeah, any additional rain will just aggravate any already existing issues. And of course, we already have several areas that are prone to flooding anyway. And with a month and a half worth of rain and now an additional 1 to 2 inches possible tonight, yeah, we're under a flash flood warning because it could happen quickly and without much warning. Do want to take it back to the west, though. Obviously, we're keeping our eye on that, but we are watching severe weather round number 2 for the night get closer and closer and closer. Right now, it is moving through the big country in the Concho Valley. You can see there is a severe thunderstorm warning that extends well out along the Colorado River there. So finally, it looks like the folks over at the San Angelo National Weather Service office have come to some agreement on the direction and severity of this storm, and we can see one big severe thunderstorm warning as this storm has congealed. This one is going to bring another very gusty wind concern with it as it approaches the area. As we take a look here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to change our, very briefly, we're going to change our radar site to the San Angelo radar site to get a better idea since it's right there. And you can see inside the storm, again, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, hence the severe thunderstorm warning. Hopefully, and Ben Golder, are you talking about, living in Central Texas, we have to ask the following question. When you say the west storm, do you mean the storm to the west or what's currently going through the town of West? Because if we're talking about the storm out west, right now it carries with it a strong wind threat. And likely, we're going to take a look inside here, likely a strong wind threat and potentially a hail threat. We are double checking. Yes, there is a 1.5 inch hail threat with this storm as well, potentially as high as 2 inches. So it is still severe. It is still well within severe limits. It has calmed down a little bit in the last hour or so, but it is congealed into one big line of storms, and at that point it brings with it a wind threat. As it continues on its current track, it is likely going to come through just as an estimate. Ugh, my mouse work was very sloppy there. Likely through Central Texas as well, and through some of our central counties, Bell County, and et cetera. Hopefully. Okay, so I did have to ask the question because sometimes when in Central Texas, when people say west, they mean something different than what I think of when I think of west. No offense to anybody in west, it's just a very confusing name for a city sometimes. Anyway, yeah, so the one that's out in San Angelo, its current track would likely carry it into Bell County. So we're gonna have to watch that one because all these storms are kind of moving east-southeast. Right now it's severe. Like I said, it has calmed it down a lot, but we're going to continue to watch it for any intensification as it gets closer. These storms would carry with them a strong wind threat and potentially 1 to 2 inch hail threat as well. That being said, with it being 12:30 in the morning, likely that it would kind of weaken a little bit before it gets here, but something to absolutely keep an eye on. As far as the timing on that, you read my mind. So right now it looks like it would kind of travel through mostly Bell County. So we'll use Temple as a kind of a guide there, Temple 425. So we'd be looking in that 4:15 to 4:30 time frame if it hits Troy. That's if it continues on its current path. If it sags a little further south, you might just get some rain. But again, what we're looking at as far as threats would be a strong wind threat and potentially a hail threat as well. So again, we'd be looking at about the 4:15 to 4:30 time frame, assuming it maintains its current track. And that's kind of what I'm telling everybody is with these storms, just regardless of where you are, be prepared for that sort of 4 to 5 a.m. time frame for this particular complex coming in behind the current one. And plan for, if it doesn't happen, if these storms do weaken, if the atmosphere stabilizes a little bit, great, but plan for potentially 50 to 60 mile per hour winds and the potential for that 1 inch hail as well. Folks in Waco, we are in the kind of the heaviest part of the rain right now. So from this point, for the next few minutes, it's going to be as heavy as it's going to get, and you should start to hear it taper off just a little bit. Still going to be pretty strong for a while. Like I said, we're expecting the better part of 45 minutes of good, decent rainfall. But right now, about as heavy as it's going to get. So again, flash flooding definitely possible with this as it comes through. Heavy rainfall that's lasting for several minutes at a time. So travel is not recommended. Whatever it is, it can wait till the morning, I'm sure. Do want to look out south of Turnersville. A little bit of a hail core developing there between Turnersville and Gatesville there along Highway 36. Not severe hail, but definitely something you don't want to be standing outside in. About 6/10 of an inch, a little bit bigger than a dime. Roughly between a dime and a nickel. Not severe, likely wouldn't do a lot of damage to your car or your property, but could do damage to you. So that's why we always say stay inside during these events, especially when it's 12:30 at night. All right, for those of us still on the live stream, so these models have been all over the place. This particular model, we're looking at updates every hour on the hour. In each hour it's shown us something entirely different. So just having a lot of trouble grasping how these storms are going to interact with each other. That's why I've been kind of saying that we need to be on our guard kind of all night with these storms. So there's the latest run. This one shows a pretty good idea of what's happening now. And it kind of shows, again, some of the heavier rain clipping Waco. A little bit behind. Not by much, but about a half hour behind because that rain is going through Waco currently. But you can see that second wave coming from West Texas moving in that 4:30 to 5 a.m. time frame. So it's kind of like that's kind of what we've been talking about. And then that kind of lasts with us through early morning hours, through the morning drive, and then we're going to get another round coming in late morning into the early afternoon. So it's basically, our forecast hasn't changed much from what we talked about the other day. We are still watching for these storms to kind of come through in waves, one tonight, one tomorrow morning, one tomorrow afternoon. It's become a matter of the timing has been a little bit different with each passing model run. So we still expect storms. We still expect some of them to potentially be severe, and we still expect them to come in waves through tomorrow afternoon. I do want to show you this. This was just issued by the Storm Prediction Center, and that is a new, if I find the right tab here, not trying to keep you in suspense. I'll just tell you, a new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. And remember, a watch just means the conditions are ripe, does not mean anything is happening currently. And that severe thunderstorm watch is going to be in effect for most of central Texas through 7 a.m. As soon as everything is updated and everything gets pushed out, you'll see the watch show up on your screen. But effectively, it's going to include Hamilton County, Coryell County, Lampasas County, Mills County, Barnett County, Williamson County, Bell County, Milam County, until 7 a.m. So again, we're continuing to watch storms that could come through the area all the way through the morning hours. So that is what we're dealing with. We're going to continue to watch it. You can see that storm out to the west already starting to build up a little bit. Again, that hail core getting a little bit deeper than what we saw just a minute ago. So these storms not really losing energy as they move across through the night. So that's what we're dealing with. Storm number one, I know we were talking about the town of Troy earlier. We talked about how storm number one could potentially clip Troy. It's going to get close, especially that very tail end right now that's over Gatesville. A lot more confidence there with the storm back to the west, like we talked about, actually coming through, hitting Troy, Temple, Belton, Killeen, Copperas Cove. That's going to be more the second storm, not so much the first one. There we go. It was just a matter of finding the right one to click. So there is your severe thunderstorm watch through tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. So again, Comanche, Hamilton, Mills, Lampasas, Barnett, Llanos, San Saba, Bell, Coryell, Milam, all included in this watch until 7 a.m. All right. Thanks again, everyone, for staying with us through what is just a continually evolving situation. So we are starting to see those storms now push their way out of Waco. You're going to get another round of rain here in just a couple of minutes, though. You're going to get a brief break, and then we're going to see that rain pick back up in Waco. Remember, the entire area of McLennan County, part of Coryell, parts of Limestone, parts of Hill, and parts of Bosque still under that flash flood warning. So we're still with having that expectation that as these storms continue across that area, we could see flooding occur very quickly and without much warning. After that continues to kind of move out, not severe, just a lot of heavy rain, and that's enough of a problem right now that it is worth mentioning. The winds have died down. Potentially still seeing 40-mile-per-hour gusts out of that storm. Not seeing any hail with that storm, but again, the rain and potentially even still the gusty winds still a concern there. We now turn our attention back to the west, where the next line of storms continues to chug right along, and in fact, it is not losing strength. It is gaining strength this hour. You can see it bowing out, telling you there are some strong winds within this storm. And you can see those deep purples there in the middle of the storm. That, of course, indicates a hail core. So we are dealing with a potentially strong thunderstorm back out to the west as well. This will continue to push across the area here over the next few hours. This is the one we were talking about earlier when we talked about that sort of 3 to 5 to 7 a.m. time frame. This is the one that's going to be moving through as we head through those next several hours. So keep that in mind. This is going to be a little bit of a broader storm than the last one. This last one only about 70 to 80 miles wide. This one could potentially be wider than that. So we're going to have to watch it. But you can see its current track is potentially going to take some of the stronger parts a little bit south of the area, but we could still see some of those effects, the wind, the hail, there in the Temple, Colleen area, up to Troy, up to Moody, and then potentially another round of heavy rain there for Waco as this storm continues to move across as well. So that is round number 2, and you can see it is trying to kind of form a connection there, continue this little linear connection between itself and that storm that was coming out of the Panhandle as well. So this one could stretch out a long way. So we're going to keep an eye on it. We're going to see if it's still going to be severe by the time it gets here. Definitely has the ability, definitely has the potential. So that's why we're watching it. But for right now, the storms that are coming through McLennan County and Limestone County up into Navarro County, just really heavy rain right now. You might feel there might be some pocket change sized hail in here, maybe peas to dimes. I know peas aren't change, but at the end of the day, you know what I mean. So we're going to keep watching that. The concern, though, is going to be the rain and potentially some still gusty winds. Not severe criteria winds, not 58 miles per hour, but still 40 to 45 miles per hour possible gusting out of the storm. So if you're down from Mejia, down Highway 14 there towards Thornton and Cossie and Bremond, you might feel some pretty gusty winds here over the next several minutes. But if you're from Waco to Marlin, just dealing with pretty heavy rain right now. And again, if you're in Waco, you're going to be dealing with round 2 here after this little brief break in the heavy stuff. So keeping an eye on that as well. Flash flood warning still in effect for that area until 3 a.m. So we're keeping an eye on it. We're here with you. If you have any questions, obviously you can just put them in the Facebook chat. We'll be here to answer them for you. Hey, Stormy. Not a huge threat for tornadoes with all this. There's always a chance, but it's very low, especially when we get into the late night hours, and especially when we have these kind of linear systems, these more lined out storms than that we're seeing right now. It's primarily going to be a straight line wind and hail threat. Yeah, just not a huge threat for tornadoes with this one. It also occurs to me that as I answer these questions, we have multiple platforms upon which people could be watching our streaming, whether it's the website, whether it's the app. Whenever I'm answering these questions, they are coming to me via Facebook. So obviously, if you have any questions, you can always hop on to our 6 News Facebook page, find our live stream, and then always type out a question that way, and I will be sure to answer them. Taylor, I got to tell you about your pool. we have some employees at the station as well who are in exactly the same boat right now and trying to get ready for summer, and just can't prep. So know that you are not alone, but also know that we all understand how annoying it is, and we would love to see the storms come to an end for at least a little while, so we can start to get some of those summer items checked off the list for sure. Also, while we're on the topic of asking questions, if it's easier for me just to type things out, just let me know. Otherwise, I'll try to answer them vocally. All right, forgive me if I mispronounce your name. I intend no disrespect, of course, but it looks like as far as round 1 is moving through McLennan County. But it's going to be a while because at this point we're going to have to wait for round number 2 to get here. You can see it's still out just to the west there of what I believe is Coleman County. It is moving now through parts of the Concho Valley. It'll get into some of our Colorado River counties here in the next hour or 2. And then it's going to be, you know, that 3 to 4 to 5 time frame before it actually gets to the I-35 corridor. So we've got a little ways to go here, unfortunately. And then after these storms come through, there's still always a chance for, we're still watching the chance for more redevelopment tomorrow in the morning into the afternoon. Again, my hope is that all of this works over the atmosphere to the point where that doesn't happen. But we are still maintaining at least about a 30 to 40% chance of more storms tomorrow. But as far as the current round, still got a few hours to go yet, unfortunately. All right, quick update on Storm A. Most of the heavy rain has moved out of Waco, but as I said before, after a brief break, there is still a little bit of moderate to heavy rainfall still to move through the Waco area. So again, flooding continues to be a concern, and even after the rain's passed on, still a little bit of a flooding concern as well. Most of the bulk of the heavy rain has now moved into Limestone and Freestone counties. You can see those darker shades of the burgundy there right along the county line near Mexia. The problem with this, and sorry, I was on, my microphone was all tangled in something. The problem with this, as I step in front of the camera here, is the fact that we're already seeing those issues with the Navasota River. We've been talking about the Navasota River, I feel, nonstop for a while now, the last several weeks. Most of the heavy rain is now falling in the watershed that feeds into the Navasota River right now. So of course that's going to add more water to an already swollen situation there. The good news is the bulk of the heavy rain is now moving into Freestone County. If you're in Freestone County, starting to see some heavy rain there. If you're in Fairfield, expect the winds to start blowing here very soon, followed very quickly by the heavy rainfall. And then that will last about 20 minutes or so, and then you'll get moderate rainfall for another 20 minutes or so until this passes on. If you're in Waco, again, we're watching for this little last leg to kind of come through here. So even if you're seeing a brief lull in the rain right now, there is more just behind, so keep that in mind. We're going to watch this come through here over the next several minutes. So that's what we got going on with Storm A. Let's talk once again about Storm B. Storm B is the one that concerns me because this one is still severe, still moving our direction, not really showing any signs of weakening right now. In fact, I would suspect here over the next several minutes to see this severe thunderstorm warning extended, probably to include parts of Brown County, I would assume probably San Saba County as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's pulsing up and down a little bit. You can see that hail core has kind of gotten a little bit larger, then gotten a little bit smaller over the last several scans here. Continue to watch that. The biggest story, though, with any of this has been and will continue to be the winds that are associated. Yeah, you might see some pocket change hail. You might see hail up to a quarter. That's that 1-inch threshold for severe weather. If that falls on your car, that will do some damage. If it falls on your house, it'll do some damage. If it falls on you, it will do some damage. So we might see some 1-inch hail in the core of the storm, but continues to be a story about wind and mostly straight line wind. We haven't seen that tornado threat really. Weren't really expecting the tornado threat with these particular storms, at least not a huge threat. Again, there's always a low-end threat, especially when, the middle of the storm or towards the tail end of the storm. That's where you usually see a little bit of rotation. That's kind of what happened with that storm that went through Waco. When it was over near Evant, we saw a little bit of potential rotation developing on the tail end of it, but that very quickly dissipated. So that is not a huge concern of ours right now, but very strong gusty winds blowing out of these storms as they continue to move along. Ideally, what would happen here, as you can see this track, would take the heaviest parts of the storm, and you can kind of see them pushing a little bit more south, would take them down through through Mason, the heart of Texas area, and then just stay west of the area. What will likely happen, though, is we'll kind of see this entire line move through that area as well as parts of central Texas. So if you're in Killeen, if you're in Belton, if you're in Troy, we're still expecting storms to come through. Just hopefully, if this track holds, we won't get necessarily the strongest part of the storm. We'll just get the rain, the thunder, the lightning, potentially some gusty winds, and hopefully the core stays just a little bit further to the west. So we're going to keep an eye on that. That would be an ideal situation. This whole month has been less than ideal, though, so we're going to keep an eye on it. But still, this whole line, potential for strong rain, heavy rain, strong gusty winds, potential for some pocket change sized hail. So again, as this pushes along, even if you're not necessarily immediately in the vicinity of this strongest part of the storm, this whole thing is going to bring heavy rain and gusty winds with it as it comes through as well. So keeping an eye on it, continuing to monitor as we head deeper and deeper into the night here. Hi, Bonnie. I think there is a pretty good chance here with this storm to our west, still out near Brownwood, to bring at least some potentially brief heavy rainfall and maybe some gusty winds to Rogers here in the next few hours. The storm is on a general weakening trend, but as you've seen, as we've all seen recently, and as we've talked about in the past, these storms have a tendency to pulse. So because it's weakening now, does not necessarily mean it's going to continue to follow that trend. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. But definitely very likely to see some brief heavy rainfall, thunder and lightning, gusty outflow winds. As far as the severe winds, keeping an eye. In most of these situations, what we would expect to happen is you get later and later, it gets darker and darker, it gets cooler and cooler. These storms should weaken. But these storms seem to have a lot of upper level, like upper atmosphere support right now. So I'm telling everybody to be prepared for those gusty winds as it comes through, those severe level winds. No worries. All right, a little bit of an update for you. Again, if you're in Waco, you're kind of getting the back end of that heavier rain that's now moving through. That is about to move out of the area, though. If you're in Limestone County, if you're in Southern Falls County, so this is what we were talking about earlier. We talked a little bit about Reagan earlier. We talked a little bit about Limestone County earlier. And you can see the storms are now pushing through there with primarily just heavy rain, but I say only heavy rain. At this point, any sort of consistent rainfall is going to just continue to make the problems that we're already seeing with flooding continue to grow. So again, flash flooding is a concern. You can see primarily for parts of McLennan County, and that flash flood warning in effect for McLennan, Hill, Bosque, parts of Limestone, parts of Coryell still. That's in effect until 3 a.m. Would not be surprised to see that kind of extended downstream just a little bit into parts of Limestone County. You can see the flood warning in effect for the area around the Navasota River there, right where it crosses 14 there near Fort Parker. So lots of water-based concerns. Now, here is a little bit of good news. You know, I've been kind of hedging a little bit lately when we talk about storm number 2 to the west. And the reason I've been hedging a little bit is because there's still some support here in the upper levels for these storms. But what we're seeing right now is this will likely come through as primarily a rain event, which again, it's not ideal because we've had a lot of rain. We don't need the rain right now, and we're just going to keep getting it in waves. So we're watching that. It'll come through here over the next couple of hours, and as it does so, will likely be a rain event. Might see some gusty winds, 40, 45 miles per hour. So that is definitely worth noting. But we'll see that come through, even though it's not severe at the moment, right? Remember, severe thunderstorms have a very specific criteria: 1-inch hail, 58 mile an hour, stronger winds. Might still see wind gusts up to about 50 miles per hour, which is not nothing at all. That's not nothing. So again, we're moving much closer now to your morning drive, daybreak, things like that, where you'll be getting out and about. So as that happens, you'll be running right into thunderstorms, strong winds, things of that nature. So keep in mind that this is still on its way. Even though it's not severe right now, winds could still be strong as it comes through. So worth taking note of that. As far as when we expect it to get here, it looks like it's still moving at about 35 miles per hour. So we're going to put a tracker on that. And moving off to the southeast at the moment. You can see De Leon by 151, Brownwood by 155, San Saba just on the brink of 3 a.m., Hamilton by 3:07, Hillsborough by 4:03, Waco 4:42, Temple 5:05, and then into Marlin by about 5:26. So again, it looks like it's going to be coming through pre-daybreak, which is good. I know there are a lot of people that probably do have to go to work between the hours of about 4 and 5, so that is obviously not ideal. However, for a bulk of people who have to get out on the roads between about 6:30 and 8, obviously that would be better for those folks. So if you are one of those early risers, just make sure that you're getting up and you're tuning into Texas Today. Whitney will have the latest for you before you head out the door. Just allow extra time for certain. We know for a fact that through this time period there's going to be rain. The secondary question is the severe aspects of it. And even if the winds aren't severe, still a really good chance they're going to be gusting out strong, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Remember, very specific criteria for a severe thunderstorm, 58 miles an hour or greater. So even if they're just blowing 50, it may not be severe, but it's still strong enough to move you around on the roads. So that is where we are at the moment. All right, I know we still got a handful of people on the Facebook stream. Again, hopefully you're staying with us and staying weather aware through Facebook and all of our other means of live streaming this evening and now into this morning. I do want to take a look. Our forecast model has updated once again, and once again it looks entirely different. Nothing is consistent from model run to model run. Our models have been having a very difficult time with this situation, just in terms of how these storms have interacted with each other. So here's what it's showing right now. It's a little bit behind. It's about an hour behind, so we need to keep that in mind. It shows the storm moving through Waco and Hillsborough as at 1:30. We know that the storms went through Waco and Hillsborough around 12:30. So whatever it says, just subtract an hour. Moving into the I-35 corridor, 4 to 5 a.m., moving across by 6:37 into the Brazos Valley by the morning drive. So if you're in the Brazos Valley, maybe delay your morning drive by a little while, just until these storms move out, if you can get away with that. Then behind that, we're going to have some scattered convection still through the early afternoon, it looks like, based on this most recent forecast model. And we've been this is what we've been kind of expecting. We've been expecting that wave to move through right around daybreak. The details have changed, but we've been talking about a wave of activity moving through right around daybreak for several days now. And then the chance for more scattered activity behind it. And that's exactly what this most recent model run is showing in the data. And so, it's kind of in line with what we've been thinking. So, again, not the gospel, but as far as timing, daybreak and then by late morning, early afternoon is what we're looking at. So still nothing has really changed there, and we're still expecting that, especially towards tomorrow afternoon, some of these storms could be on the severe side in terms of wind and hail. So something that we're going to have to watch as we head towards your Friday afternoon. The big change that we're seeing now is it's bringing that activity to an end in the early parts of the afternoon. So obviously it might be a stormy morning commute, but looking more and more like your evening commute might be a little bit better. Other than that, an update on what's going on live outside is much the same as it was before. We're still seeing the thunderstorms move across parts of Falls County and Limestone County. They'll be pushing out here over the next hour or so. Do want to see where that the flash flood warning has not been changed, has not been extended, anything of that nature. It's still in effect for parts of McLennan County and the northwestern parts of Limestone County at this point. As far as storm number 2, and again, I do want to turn our watches and warnings back on. There we go. See that severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 7 a.m. Primarily going to be for that line of storms you see there from Comanche to Brownwood. Go ahead and save that so it doesn't get wonky on me again. Right now, that line of storms is not severe. There could be some gusty winds coming out of that line, 40 to 50 miles per hour, but we're not seeing the 60 to 70 that we were seeing previously. So that is the good news there. But it will be coming through, and as it comes through, brief heavy rainfall is expected. Not just possible, we expect that to happen. Obviously thunder, lightning, potentially some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe some pocket change sized hail, but at the moment, not severe. Don't really suspect that it will become severe here over the next little while. But it absolutely could. We absolutely have a chance for these storms to once again ramp up before we get to daybreak, so we're going to keep an eye on that for sure. Well, good morning, Central Texas. Those of you that still have us going on the stream, been paying attention to the weather, staying weather aware. We are now watching round 2 sort of try to sneak into Central Texas at the moment. We are watching this line of thunderstorms move in now from the northwest. We've been watching it all night long. It is finally starting to arrive, and you can see a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, not necessarily for Central Texas, but it just goes to show that this system is still organized. It is still strong. It is still kicking. Likeliest threats right now are not necessarily going to be the hail that you see there moving into Comanche County. It's probably going to be more so a wind situation. In fact, we turn our velocity here, and you can see some stronger wind gusts. I'm going to change this to Fort Worth. I guess a better idea. It's kind of in no man's land right now, but you can see here some wind gusts in the middle of the storm, probably 45 to 50 miles per hour. So a storm worth keeping an eye on there as it continues to move off to the southeast. Again, this storm still very well organized, showing no signs of doing anything of the nature of falling apart on us. In fact, we have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 7 a.m. for this line of storms, and you can see inside the watch area we now have a severe thunderstorm warning. That is pushing through Comanche County. If that's extended, if we see the storm hold together and continue with the same amount of strength that it has now, then it will likely be then reissued downstream into Hamilton County. So keeping an eye on that. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 2:30 there. That flash flood warning remains in effect for parts of McLennan County, Coryell, and Limestone, and Hill and Bosque there until 3 a.m. And you can see a little bit more rain developing there just to the west of Waco, about to move through Waco as we speak. So a third round of brief heavy downpours there for the city of Waco to continue any sort of issues with flooding that we already have in the area. Not only that, but you can see just to the southwest of Lake Waco, a little bit of a hail core developing there. Not very big, probably pea-sized hail. Not anything necessarily to be worried about, but just worth noting that you might see some hailstones falling from that one as well. And again, taking another look at our forecast model just to kind of continue to watch this particular line of storms. Forecast models hold together, bring it through Central Texas, through the I-35 corridor, right around between 5 and 6, which is kind of what we've been saying this whole time anyway. And then brings a little bit more rain through the area as we head towards tomorrow afternoon, likely clearing out by the time we get to about 2 or 3 o'clock. And again, you can see multiple hail cores still along that line of storms moving into Comanche County and Brown County. The largest hail looks like just to be shy of an inch there in Coleman County to the southwest of Brownwood. Not a lot in this that would make me believe that it's going to fall apart before it gets here. Still looks pretty well organized, still has upper level support. Wouldn't be surprised if this one holds together through the I-35 corridor. You can see gusty winds out along the leading edge. Again, it's not this part of the storm is not here yet. We're still looking back towards the town of Brady, but you can see winds within the storm 50 to 60 miles per hour. And that is the reason for the severe thunderstorm warning. And that is your update for the time being. All right, well, continuing to track these storms, Storm A, on its way out of the I-35 corridor, decided to backbuild a little bit, stepped outside the door just now, and I felt a few sprinkles falling on my head here in our downtown Temple studio. So a little bit of a light rain, nothing heavy there, nothing heavy up towards Troy or Bruceville Eddy or either, but again, a little bit of rain falling right now. And again, this is still well out in advance of the storm that we've been watching that is actually intensifying as it moves into central Texas now, which was my concern. And we are starting to see a couple of these segments bow out just a little bit, especially there in Brown County, up towards Eastland and Comanche counties. Seeing some hail cores develop there in Coleman County. I believe that's Coleman County. Let me double check. Might be Runnels. There's about 254 counties in Texas. I have a pretty good grasp on probably about 80 of them, but there's a few that still get me, especially the ones in the Concho Valley and the Big Country. It is Coleman County. I was right the first time. The one next to it is Runnels. Ballinger is in Runnels County. Coleman, I don't remember what is in that town. In McCullough. That's where Brady is. Okay. All right. So the section of the storm there in Coleman County developing a little bit of a hail core. You can see that brighter pink there. That's obviously our velocity scan. Let's double check our hail. Yeah, it's not severe by any stretch of the imagination, but, you know, just under an inch, just under that severe criteria of 1 inch. So still potentially damaging to your vehicle and to your property and to you, of course. But let's take a look along kind of this bowed out section. I want to take a look at the wind speeds right now on our velocity scan. I think San Angelo might be the closest radar site to this particular part of the storm. And yeah, you are seeing some very gusty winds with this storm, just like we said there would be. Potentially as high as 60 miles per hour there. That's showing 70, but this is an awful long way from San Angelo, so that might be looking up into the storm just a little bit. But I would not be surprised if we're seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds with this storm as it now moves into Brown County and closer to our central Texas communities. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Storm continues to push off to the southeast right now. That area with those strong winds about to push into Mills County. So if you're in Goldthwaite, those winds will be on you here in about the next hour or so. All right, if you're continuing to stay weather aware with us here on this, what is now a very early Friday morning, I want to thank all my weather warriors out there for staying up late, keeping track of the weather and just keeping abreast of what's going on across the area. Now, we are starting to see those storms move very close to our central Texas counties. So we would consider our viewing area anywhere from Hamilton down to Mills, down to San Saba. Comanche is roughly part of our viewing area. But it's more so going to be Hamilton than Comanche. But again, those storms are moving to Comanche County, moving into Brown County, about to move into Mills County, as a matter of fact. So if you're in Mills County, very quickly about to start feeling some of those strong outflow winds as they move in. If you're in Goldthwaite, still about an hour to go there. So, but notice the bow shape that is developing within this storm. Of course, that means those winds are picking up. That is why we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Eastland and Comanche counties at this hour, and Erath County as well there. You can see that goes in effect until 2:30. So again, these storms are not traveling very quickly. You can see it's going to take the better part of an hour for this to travel most of the way across Comanche County. Only about 30 miles per hour with the forward motion, so a slow moving system. You can see pockets of very heavy rainfall developing, and there potentially even some small pocket change sized hail. This severe thunderstorm warning is not in effect for hail, it's in effect for wind. Now you could see some pocket change sized hail, but the wind has been the big story basically for the last few days, and it's the story with these storms as well, as we're continuing to see winds gust out of around 60 miles per hour with any one of these storms that develops. That's why we're staying with you, and that's why we've been staying weather aware all week, is because of basically a consistent high wind threat. Just getting logged into my computer here. All right, so here's what's happening. So we're going to zoom out so we can see kind of the scope of this storm. It extends basically from the Red River all the way down to San Angelo. So this is one big line of storms that has congealed together here over the last couple of hours. We said it was going to be around that 5 or 6 or 7 a.m. time frame, and that's about where we are, and that's about what we're still expecting as this storm continues to move off to the southeast. You notice every county that's shaded in yellow, and that's most of our central Texas counties there, that is a severe thunderstorm watch until 7 a.m. So the expectation here is that this storm system will make its way all the way through towards about Bell County and Milam County there by about 7 a.m. and then continue to move on through the area. That's what we're expecting. This storm, again, capable of putting out 60 mile per hour winds as it continues along and through the area. It is now moving into Mills County, so if you're in Mills County, expect those high winds to be moving through here very soon. Again, you see that bow shape in the storm. That's our dead giveaway that these have some strong winds. So if you're in Democrat, probably already feeling the winds, about to experience the heavy rainfall as well. If you're in Goldthwaite, again, probably about another 30 to 45 minutes before this storm impacts you. Mullen, here over the next 20 minutes or so. Those are the areas that are imminent to be impacted by this storm. And the winds potentially up to 70 miles per hour in this storm. 60 miles per hour likely, 70 miles per hour possible within this storm. And that can do damage to your homes. Obviously, everybody should be inside right now. Most people should be asleep. But these winds, I mean, this can take shingles off. This can take branches down. This can push cars around. So if you are out and about for any particular reason or need to be out and about for any particular reason, these are the types of winds that can blow you off the road. So keep that in mind. And just because the severe thunderstorm warning is over Comanche, Eastland, and Erath does not mean you're not experiencing strong winds down here in this part of the bow either. If you're in Mills County, probably about to start moving in at about 50 miles per hour those winds are. So keep that in mind as well. Even if you're outside the warned area of the storm, still very gusty winds. Take a look here back towards Brown County in the what we call the cold pool of the storm. 66 mile per hour winds possible there. I'm going to go ahead and change radar sites again. Trying to get the best view is what we're doing here. And so we switch to Fort Worth. probably the best view there for Comanche. What if we try Colleen? I think Colleen might be a little too far away. You see this purple circle here? This is what we call the effective range of the radar. Once you get outside of that, it's not ideal anymore. And that's kind of the problem, is a lot of these storms are developing in kind of a no man's land of sorts. So it's a little bit harder to get a grasp on the actual wind speed, but just understand that if you're in this zone right here where you see the storm starting to bow out a little bit, it is very likely that you're going to experience 50 to 60 mile per hour winds as the storm comes through. So I meant to put a track on that and I got sidetracked. 35 miles per hour. Moving off to the southeast. So here's what we're expecting. 210, Stephenville. Obviously that's in Erath County. Goldthwaite by 229, so another half hour or so. Hamilton by 254, 309 into Adamsville. Lampasas by 333. Copperas Cove there by 343, so just shy of 345. Kingsland by 358. Belton 425, and Temple by 435. So that's your track as of right now. So you can see the I-35 corridor, Belton, Temple, that's going to be a while. We've still got a couple of hours yet before that storm impacts the I-35 corridor. But as it's moving along, we see it again pulsing a little bit, increasing in size, or in strength, decreasing in strength a little bit as it goes along, but staying severe, especially in the northern quadrant of the storm here. And again, I have concerns about this bow shape for those strong winds as it moves into Mills County here, and then eventually into Hamilton County as well. So that area of the storm probably has the strongest winds. Obviously, anywhere you're seeing those pinks and purple shadings, that's going to be potential hail cores developing along the line as well. So let's take a look at that. You can see hail falling basically along the length of the storm. None of this appears to be severe. It'll be annoying. You definitely don't want it falling on your head. It'll be painful. But this size of hail, we're looking at up to probably about 7/10, so nickel-sized hail at the top end. That's still going to be painful. It's not necessarily going to do as much damage to your property, though, and to your vehicles. So that's the good news. The bad news, of course, is those winds are remaining gusty, and that continues to be the problem with these storms. So we're going to leave it there for right now. Let this run, and then we'll be back with another update here in about 10 minutes. Hey, Bonnie, that's a tough question at this point because it's actually intensifying. We said this might happen. We're moving into an area that we have a lot of instability. And so, you know, at this point, we're likely about 2.5 hours away from it impacting. As long as you've got a way to receive alerts, I mean, you could theoretically try and get a couple hours sleep. Just understand that this likely isn't a tornadic threat. However, it's a high wind and hail threat, so it is definitely the sort of storm that would wake you up, more than likely. But, you know, it should be here, like I said, in the next 2 to 2.5 hours. So. And I definitely suspect the storm's going to hold together. All right, another quick update for you. So we're still watching that line of storms out to the west. It's still moving into the area. If you're in Mills County, especially near Democrat or Malden, that storm is now moving into your area with, again, the main concerns with these storms are going to be the wind gusts. If you're in Malden, if you're in Democrat, probably already feeling it, up to 40, 50 miles per hour potentially. With a secondary threat for some small pocket change sized hail. All of that, of course, all of those are the severe threats. The other threat, of course, that we continue to be concerned with, anywhere that sees heavy rain again and again and again, is going to be dealing with a flooding threat as well. So even if your area isn't under a flash flood warning at this time, which you can see the only area that is really McLennan County and into Coryell County, I would still urge you to remember our old adage, which is, of course, turn around, don't drown. Again, it's going to be a little difficult to see how deep those floodwaters are. Even during the day, it's difficult, so obviously at night, it becomes especially difficult to recognize those floodwaters. But we're still here, keeping you updated. At some point in the relatively near future, I'm assuming within the next hour or so, we'll be handing it off to Whitney Huddleston, who will take over for the morning shift, and then you'll catch her on Texas Today as well. But for now, it's still me, still holding strong. I see we have 8 followers on Facebook. I'm wondering how many more than that are on our other streaming platforms at this point. Of course, as this storm continues to move through central Texas, things will get very loud very quickly with some of these gusty winds. Still watching. All right, another update for us here now. We have seen that severe thunderstorm warning get extended and expanded. Expanded south along the line. We're now seeing more of those strong gusty winds. We're starting to see more of those little hail cores develop as well. But we're also seeing it extended now into Hamilton County, into Mills County, Lampasas County, Coryell County, Bosque County, now all under a severe thunderstorm warning. Basically, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued along the entire length of this bowed out section of the storm. So we're now dealing with a large area that is potentially seeing up to 60-mile-per-hour winds, potentially up to 1-inch hail. Of course, those are our criteria for a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look at what's actually going on within the storm. Get my computer loaded up here. All right, so this particular severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 3 a.m. And again, includes Hamilton, Lampasas, Mills. It kind of bleeds into Coryell County and Bosque County a little bit as well. It's in Erath, but Erath a little bit outside of our viewing area. Let's figure out what's happening here. So if you're in Goldthwaite, you're definitely starting to feel the effects of this storm. Hail, at no point in this storm's lifespan has hail really been our big concern. You can see it's all very small still at this point, up to maybe nickel-sized hail within this storm. Again, it's going to be painful. Don't go outside. Most of you should be asleep, so if you're hearing my voice, I don't know why you're still awake, probably the weather, but it's good that we're staying weather aware and we're weather warriors together in this situation as this continues to move through. Again, hail up to about a nickel in diameter, so don't go outside, stay indoors. It's not necessarily going to damage your property, but it's going to hurt if it falls on you. Stay indoors for this. Obviously, lightning, another reason to stay indoors. Another reason, of course, those winds, and the wind is what I originally intended to show you before I got sidetracked there. Take a look at some of the readings coming off of this storm. Now, these might be in the upper parts of the storm, but whenever I see yellow and orange in my velocity readings, that usually is going to equate to about 70 or 75 miles per hour. If we look at northern Mills County there, you see 70 miles per hour showing up. Now again, this is the effective range, this purple circle. That's the effective range of the radar site that we're using. So again, we're at the edge of that circle, which means this beam is shooting well up into the clouds, but again, still entirely possible that these winds are reaching the surface. And even if 70-mile-an-hour winds aren't reaching the surface, could be 50 miles per hour there in that general region. So if you're in Goldthwaite right now, about to feel some very gusty winds moving in. You can see right on the edge of that storm, and the leading edge is where you're going to feel some of those winds because they're outflow winds. They're coming out of the storm, so you're going to lead the storm in. So the first thing you're going to notice is the wind before you even get to the rain part of the storm. In the rain part of the storm, very heavy rainfall with this storm. You can see those darker burgundies, the pinks. Again, some of the pink shadings, that's going to be your hail cores, but could also imply very heavy rainfall as well. So there is a lot happening with this storm right now. But it is mostly a wind threat, a thunder and lightning threat, and a heavy rain threat. So you're going to get brief heavy rainfall. It's going to last about 20 to 30 minutes. And as it does so, we're in a situation right now where most of central Texas is overly saturated. So if you get heavy rainfall for that period of time, yes, it's going to lead to potentially some flooding concerns. So again, we always say turn around, don't drown, and we continue to say that here early on this Friday morning. Make sure that if you see flooded roadways, you are not driving through them. This is going to be with us. If you're in Mills, Hamilton, up towards Bosque, this is going to be through here in the next hour or so. But if you're south of there, if you're in Coryell County, Bell County, et cetera, it's going to be later and later. It's going to get us closer and closer to time when most people are starting to head off to work. And so, excuse me. You're absolutely, in the morning, going to want to pay attention to Texas today to see what's happening, what's the latest with the storms, because they are strong. They are absolutely 100% coming through very strong right now. If you're in Gatesville, Killeen, Temple, and you're up late with us tonight, probably thinking to yourself, I haven't felt anything. Maybe if you raindrops in Temple. But other than that, not feeling anything. It's because it's still well out to the west. But I guarantee, with winds potentially blowing out of the storm at 50 to 60 miles per hour, you're going to feel it sooner rather than later. It's going to, these outflow winds that come out of the storm, they're going to travel 30, 40 miles. So they're going to come through. You're going to notice that long before you even know that there is rain in the area. You're going to feel those strong gusty winds coming out of the storm. Of course, the further and further they get away from the storm, the weaker they're going to be. So you may only be getting a 30-mile-an-hour breeze, whereas back in Goldthwaite, they're getting 50-plus mile-per-hour winds. While we're on the topic, if you're in Goldthwaite, if you're in Hamilton right now, these two areas getting hit with those strong gusty winds, about to see those heavy rains move through as well. So keep that in mind. Stay indoors. If you're not asleep, if you're awake with us, don't go outside. These are powerful thunderstorms, bringing very strong winds, potentially pocket change size hail in the brief heavy downpours. That's the one that we don't talk enough about, I would say, is the brief heavy downpour aspect of these storms. Yeah, any rain at this point is bad rain, unfortunately. I know it almost feels like a sin to say in Texas that any rain is bad rain, but at this point we've seen enough. We need a break. We're not going to get it. We're going to continue to see rain potential through the weekend. But yeah, at this point, flooding is a major concern. No flash flood warnings have been issued for our western counties at this point. You still see the one flash flood warning in effect is the one that has been in effect for parts of McLennan, up into Bosque and Hill and Coryell. That remains in effect, and it's going to remain in effect because guess what? These storms are heading right for McLennan County. So more heavy rain moving in imminently here in the next couple of hours. So that's why we're keeping an eye on that, and that's why we still have the flash flood warning in place. So that's what we got right now. Continuing to watch this just push southeast through the viewing area. Of course, if you have any questions, we're still on Facebook. If you're watching on the KCEN 6 Plus app, or the KCEN 6 News app, or if you're watching on 6 Plus or anything else, if you want to just travel over to Facebook on your device, obviously I'll be answering questions. Just let me know any concerns that you might have, and we will get those answered for you. So I'm going to step over, in fact, to my computer to take a look at Facebook. Oh yeah, see, not really expecting tornadoes with this one. Strong winds are absolutely possible, but they're going to be strong straight line winds, probably in the neighborhood of 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's not a whole lot better than a tornado. It still can damage roofs, damage trees, damage power line poles, things like that. The secondary threat to that would be the large hail potential with this. Again, right now we're just seeing pocket change sized hail. We're not seeing that very large hail, but it is something that we are tracking because of the wind and the hail threat. But the other thing that we haven't mentioned enough, and we need to continue mentioning, of course, is the flooding threat. Lots of heavy rain with these storms. So that is something that we absolutely need to keep an eye on as well. All right, my early morning weather warriors, we are continuing on our live stream. However, here in just a little bit, we're going to jump onto Channel 6 as well. Give a quick update to the television audience for people that are waking up early on this Friday morning so that we can keep everybody aware of what's happening across Central Texas with our weather situation. All right, so we're going to hang out until we get the go-ahead from the control room to jump on TV. I'm ready to go. Yep. All right, hello everybody. Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell here, still with you early on this Friday morning. We are tracking some severe weather moving through Central Texas right now. You can see a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Hamilton County, Mills County, down towards Lampasas, Coryell. And this also includes parts of Bosque County as well. What we've been tracking, if you've been staying with us on our 6 Plus app, the 6 News app, or if you've been with us on Facebook Live, we've been tracking these storms basically since about 9:30. Here we are now at 2:30 a.m. And of course, if you're waking up early, getting ready to get your Friday started, if you are early off to work, keep in mind that if you can wait to leave for work until after these storms are past your house, that is preferable and ideal, because these storms, notice the bow shape in this storm as it heads towards Hamilton there and heads through Goldthwaite. That is an indication of very strong winds. Last check, we were looking at about 50 to 60 mile per hour winds with this storm. And again, this is now in effect for Hamilton, Mills County, and down towards Lampasas and Coryell County. So we're going to take a look inside the storm real quick, show you where the winds are the strongest right now. The winds are going to be strongest anywhere along this bowing out segment here. So anywhere from Goldthwaite to Hamilton up towards Hyco. That's where we're expecting the strongest winds. And as we take a look inside, you can see very strong winds within this storm. So I will preface this by saying this. Our radar site, you can see this purple circle here, that's going to be the edge, the effective range of our radar. So the further you are from a radar station, the higher up the radar beam is looking. So we're looking kind of up into the storm, but I can tell you some of these dark shadings are going to come back with very high returns. And as we look here near Goldthwaite, that's not what I wanted to do. Again, the winds are showing is 80 to 90 miles per hour. So this is up inside the storm likely. But again, at the surface, would not be surprised if we're seeing winds gusting out at 60 to 70 miles per hour with this storm. It's been the threat all week. Gusty, strong, straight line winds. It continues to be the threat with the storms here early on this Friday morning. So that's what we're looking at right there, pushing now through Hyco into Hamilton, Evant. You can see the leading edge of these winds as they continue to push through the area. These are the types of winds that will break tree limbs, that will do damage to your property, and will obviously cause serious issues if you're out on the roads caught up in these winds as well. It'll blow you off the road at 60 to 70 miles per hour. Again, looking up inside the storm, that's why we get that 89 mile per hour return. Again, likely a scenario as these winds are up to about 60 or 70 miles per hour potentially at the surface. So definitely worth maybe if you have to head off to work at 2:30 in the a.m., definitely worth maybe delaying that a little bit if possible, because these winds are very strong coming out of this storm as it moves into Hamilton, Evant. Now the strongest winds are moving past Goldthwaite, but it'll be moving towards Lomita and Adamsville here over the next several minutes as well. As far as the hail aspect of the storm, this is kind of a secondary issue. It's not the primary issue. You can see the strongest hail in this core moving towards Hamilton right now will likely slide just to the south of Hamilton, but in this storm we're seeing hail that's up to likely close to an inch in size. Again, 0.9 up to 0.9, an inch, thereabouts. So that is not our major concern. Yes, up to 1 inch hail, that will cause property damage, of course, and can cause painful head injuries if it falls on you. It's not something you want. It's not something that would be fun. So obviously we want to stay indoors. But our bigger concern does continue to be that wind threat with these storms. So wind continues to be the primary concern. You can see that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect still until about 3 a.m. As I put this in motion, you can see what direction everything's heading. Everything is moving off from the northwest to the southeast, so it's going to continue to move through Hamilton County. It's going to continue to move through Mills County, but very soon it will be moving into parts of Lampasas and into Coryell counties as well. So we are definitely keeping an eye on that this morning. We're staying weather aware as these storms continue to push into central Texas. And over the next, here about the next hour and a half to 2 hours, we'll be pushing through the I-35 corridor. And unfortunately, of course, that gets us to about 4:35 a.m. when a lot of people are going to be out on the roads for their morning commute. That is where all of this is heading. So we have to keep an eye on it. We have to be weather aware. And if you can either A, add time to your morning commute, leave a little bit earlier, or B, delay leaving for work at all until at least this wave of storms passes, that would obviously be the ideal situation. So again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this polygon right here until 3 a.m. This green polygon does represent a flash flood warning. That is in effect for most of, let's see, McLennan County, Bosque, Hill, into Coryell County, and includes Limestone County as well. And that is in effect, was in effect until 3 a.m. I would likely might see this extended because of the storms that are now moving towards that same area. And again, we've had this little bit of wraparound activity kind of between the rounds of storms. Remember, we had round one of the rain and thunderstorms a little bit earlier. That was about the 8, 9, 10 o'clock hour, and then we saw that come to an end. But it has, again, kind of started to stretch back to include parts of that second set of storms. So that's what we're watching right now. Anywhere in this green polygon, likeliest area right now for some flash flooding, because that's where we saw the heaviest rain earlier. But anywhere across central Texas could run into some flash flooding issues because we've seen a lot of rain and we have a lot of rain moving through right now. So that is concern number one. Concern number two is the wind. Concern number three is the hail that's developing. Really, that is a very low threat right now. The other thing that's a very low threat, and I know I've had a lot of questions on the Facebook live chat throughout the evening and throughout the night and throughout the morning about tornadoes. This is a very low tornado risk situation. This is more of a high wind and large hail situation, has been since the get-go, and that has not changed. If we were to see any sort of rotation, the areas you would see those usually are going to be right on the leading edge of the storm or well back to the bottom of these linear systems. But again, we're not seeing anything like that at this time. Of course, if that changes, we'll let you know, but right now it is primarily a very strong wind and large hail threat that we're dealing with these storms. As far as where they're going and when we expect that they will get there, that obviously is a big part of the puzzle. Let's see. So this storm is moving at about 35 miles per hour, so we're going to put a tracker on that. At 35 miles per hour, we would expect this storm to arrive in your neighborhood following times. We'd be looking at Hyco about 244, 245 here over the next 6 or 7 minutes or so. I'll tell you what, you're probably already feeling the winds if you're in Hyco. It's just the rain that's lagging behind just a little bit. You saw that last scan. It's actually now moving into Hyco. But San Saba by about 3 a.m., Gatesville there by about 3:20, Killeen 4:05, Waco, Temple 4:17, 4:31. So there as we head towards the middle of the 4 o'clock hour, the bottom of the 4 o'clock hour there at Temple, Marble Falls by about 4:50, 5:18 moves into Georgetown, and then 5:38 we're going to see the base of this storm move into the Georgetown and Round Rock area. So still a ways to go on this storm, only moving at about 35 miles per hour. So you think about the area that central Texas encompasses, anything moving at 35 miles per hour. You know, if you've ever had to make the drive, imagine driving from, say, San Saba to Georgetown at 35 miles per hour. You're not going to get there very quickly. Let's take a look at what our most recent forecast model run is showing, because this has been changing consistently throughout the day, and it's about an hour behind. So it shows this wave of shower and thunderstorm activity moving through, I would say anywhere between about 4 and 6 to maybe 6:30. We get a brief lull before more activity then moves in as we head towards the early parts of your Friday afternoon. Before that moves out and we have a relatively quiet Friday night. So this is one of many rounds that we still expect to come through the area over the next 12 to 14 hours. So we're definitely staying vigilant, staying weather aware. Right now, of course, our main concern is going to be this line that's moving right now through Hamilton and Mills counties, now pushing into Lampasas County as we speak. As we look back to the back, nothing developing yet. We're expecting kind of more of that activity tomorrow to develop behind what we're seeing right now. And as that does so, will provide even more chances for severe weather, especially as we head towards tomorrow afternoon. A big factor in what happens with that is when this line gets out and when that next wave of development begins. If it's a shorter break, that second wave tomorrow morning into afternoon wouldn't be as strong. If we get a 4 to 5 hour break between this line of storms and the next one that develops, we're going to be dealing with, again, the potential for severe weather, especially as we head into tomorrow afternoon. So that's what we need to be on the lookout for, of course, as we head through the early parts of your Friday. So just a quick recap, we are still watching a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 3 a.m. for Hamilton County, for Mills County, moving into Lampasas County now. Towns that would be impacted by this storm: Hamilton, probably experiencing the heavy rain right now. Again, pocket change sized hail, not really expecting huge hail with this if you're in Hamilton, but again, anything up to about nickel sized is possible. Heavy rainfall is possible. Evant getting the leading edge now, so winds first, then the rain. Potentially getting the hail here shortly as well. The storm is now mostly, if you're in Goldthwaite, the heaviest rain has moved out. If you're in Goldthwaite, we're now going to see that the backside of that rain. So the rain is going to be lightening up here over the next several minutes before coming to an end here in the next half hour to 45 minutes. So that's good news for the folks in Goldthwaite. If you're down in San Saba County, say you're in Bowser, again, you're kind of in the heart of it right now, but it will start tapering off here over the next several minutes as that continues to move on. The severe thunderstorm warning has not been extended just yet. It has until 3 a.m., so another 18 minutes. What has happened is you've seen the backside of that warning taken off. So anywhere on the backside of Mills County up towards Comanche County has been removed from the warning because the storm has moved on from those areas. So again, warning no longer needed. Still waiting until still waiting to see if this gets extended into deeper into Coryell County and deeper into Lampasas counties. It most likely will, because this storm is not showing any signs of weakening at all at this point. In fact, it's only gotten stronger over the past hour and a half. So that's what we have to continue to watch for, because typically as we head into the night, these storms will start to dissipate, will start to weaken, and we will start to move on with our lives. However, this storm is moving into an area of relatively untapped instability. Remember, a lot of the storms we saw earlier today, or well, I guess yesterday at this point, a lot of the storms we saw on Thursday stayed off to the north, stayed off to the east. So this area that's in the severe thunderstorm watch, all the counties highlighted in yellow, basically untapped potential at this point, because the storms never really made it into our area on your Thursday. So now we have storms that are now using some of that energy, and that's why we're seeing these gusty winds. You're still warm at the surface, very cold in the upper levels. You get those temperature differentials. That's how you can get those gusty outflow winds, especially when you start to get some of that rain-cooled air that develops behind the storm. We can get very strong winds flowing out from these storms. So that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning in place. I would not say that the hail is the reason why we have the warning in place. I would say the winds are why we have the warning in place. So continuing to watch, continuing to monitor as these storms continue to move through central Texas. Again, getting closer and closer to the I-35 corridor. In fact, with each passing scan, these storms moving on at a fairly decent clip. Again, the hail, not a problem, really. We're seeing some pea to dime to potentially penny-sized hail across the area. It's just the wind. It is a wind situation. It has been a wind situation for the entirety of this event, and that continues to be the problem here. So as we see this leading edge now move into Lampasas County and into Coryell County, if you're in Gatesville, very soon those winds will start making their way into the Gatesville area. So you're going to notice it as this comes through. You're going to feel the winds before you feel the rain. These winds are gusting out at potentially 50 to 60 miles per hour. So that's going to move in first. That's going to be your first sign that something is coming. And then 5 to 10 minutes later, the rain starts. The rain intensifies. You get to the heaviest part of that rain, and then it starts to taper off relatively quickly. You're only going to be in the heaviest part of the rain for 10, 15, 20 minutes. Now you can see the leading edge there is pushing into parts of the west side of Gatesville there, closer and closer to Lampasas, Lomita, likely dealing with some of this gusty wind right now. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation trying to develop there along the leading edge of the storm, but nothing that would really draw my attention at this point. And again, I urge you to remember that the radar station that we're using is located very near to Georgetown. So again, looking up into the storm at this time, and that is why we need to take some of these readings with a little bit of a grain of salt. So for instance, if you're in Goldthwaite right now, it's showing 104 miles per hour. The winds are not blowing at 104 miles per hour. We're looking well up into the storm. This is going to be well up into the storm. At the surface, again, 50 to 60 miles per hour likely. Let's go ahead and change our radar station. Let's go to... I'm going to go to the Fort Worth Doppler radar site. And we're going to take another look inside the storm. This is probably a lot more reasonable here. So near Gatesville, looking at 43, potentially as high as 50 miles per hour. If we look a little further south, 50 is a little bit more reasonable in my mind than the 104 that you were seeing when I was using the Coryell radar. But be prepared as this storm continues to push through for 60 plus mile per hour winds. You can now see that severe thunderstorm warning has now been extended, now includes all of Coryell County, includes now the communities of Temple, Belton, and Coryell as this storm continues to push through, and this is in effect until 3:30. A little bit of an uptick in the speed of this storm right now. You can see with each passing scan, it's getting deeper and deeper into central Texas. So as I check this now, it was traveling at about 35 miles per hour. My gut tells me that is going to be a little bit faster than that now. Yeah, the whole system is now moving at about 50 miles per hour, so it's got a little bit more support. It is moving a little bit faster. Good news for a couple of reasons. The first obvious reason is that if it's moving at 50 miles per hour, the heaviest part of the rain is not going to be over any given area for quite as long, which is ideal at this point because we don't need to catch just gallons of water. The other good news aspect of course, if you are experiencing any of these hail cores, even if they're small, they won't last for terribly long as this storm is moving along at about 50 miles per hour. The one thing that we can't escape, though, is going to be the wind. As this continues to push south-southeast, we are going to continue to deal with those strong winds. And, the National Weather Service thinking right along with me, because in looking at the details for this severe thunderstorm warning, yeah, right around 60 to 65 is what they're issuing the severe thunderstorm warning for. And that's about what I was thinking, is the winds were gusting at about 60 to 65. Again, when we use our radar tools, you have to take everything with a little bit of a grain of salt, because unless it's close to the radar station, which these are not. This is about 100 miles from Fort Worth, about 80 miles from Coryell, or from Georgetown there. You're dealing with a situation where that beam is shooting well up into the storm. So when it says 104 miles per hour, we may be seeing the wind speeds at 5,000 feet, right? So at the surface, again, 60 miles or so. I don't know that I necessarily trusted the DFW reading of 50 to 55 miles per hour either. So now that we know this storm has picked up speed, is now moving to the southeast at about 50 miles per hour, let's put a new track on it, because obviously things are going to be a lot be happening a lot sooner here. That's not what I wanted to do in any way, shape, form, or fashion. There we go. All right, so we're going to set this to 50. We're going to take the leading edge of the storm where you're going to get the strongest winds, moving off to the southeast. So here we go. So some updated times for you. 2:56 San Saba, 315 Coppers Cove, Killeen 325, Harker Heights by about 330, Waco 346, Chilton by 356, Marlin by 408, Cameron 421, Taylor there by 443. So this storm is chugging right along at this point. So it's moving into Milam County there by the 4 a.m. hour, or close to the bottom of the 4 a.m. hour. So that's what we're going to be watching now that we know this has picked up some forward momentum here. Might slow back down. It just depends on what kind of upper level support the storm is getting. So we'll keep an eye on it. But at 50 miles per hour would move it through a little bit quicker than we were anticipating before. If we can get that bulk of the storm out of here before the morning drive, that would obviously be ideal so it doesn't impact drivers as they're trying to get to work in the morning. Take a look here. Just look at the way the storm is bowing out in the center of the storm. It started off nearly linear, and now we have a huge bow in the storm here in our last few scans, telling us that those winds have increased dramatically. As what happens is the rain-cooled air behind the storm, you get that much colder air, we call it a cold pool, develops behind the storm. It really starts to push those winds out, starts to bow out that storm, and that's what we're seeing happen here. The good news is the hail core is not as strong as it was. The hail is not going to be as much of an issue as it was even just in the last 10 minutes. But take a look at the acceleration that this part of the storm has undertaken here in the most recent scans. The problem is what's happening south of the Colorado River. This part of the storm is not necessarily experiencing the same heavy rainfall. It doesn't have the same strong winds. Still very linear, still chugging along there at about 30 miles per hour. But this storm continues to bow out in this kind of primary segment here. And that's our area of concern right now. So again, newest severe thunderstorm warning in effect from McLennan County down through Bell County, including the I-35 corridor. We'll be moving through here in the next hour or so. This severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 3:30 for, again, just primarily a very strong wind threat. That continues to be the big story here. It has been the last few days and will continue to be the big story here with these storms that are moving through right now. The old severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Hamilton, parts of Mills will be expiring here shortly as this storm moves out of that polygon and moves into our new polygon. That does include parts of Bell County up into McLennan County. And I know my friends here in Bell County and Temple are they're going to be getting some flashbacks to last Wednesday, not expecting a tornadic event. The problem is if these winds are blowing out at 60 to 70 miles per hour, whatever recovery efforts could be impeded by that. Now, obviously, nobody's out working right now in the middle of the night. However, there are lots of things that are still uncovered, still tarped, things of that nature that 60-mile-an-hour winds could do some could provide some setbacks there for those recovery efforts. So that's what we're kind of watching right now. This storm continues to move off to the southeast. It was moving at about 50 miles per hour as it continued to bow out there relatively dramatically over the last couple of hours. And again, that is an indication that we have some very strong winds within the core of this storm that you're going to feel. They're going to impact you before the storm ever gets there. In fact, if you're in Coryell County, if you're in Gatesville right now, you're likely already starting to feel those outflow winds coming off the storm. If you're in Pidcoke, if you're in Adamsville, you're now feeling some of the heaviest of the rainfall, but probably still dealing with those very gusty winds as this continues to track off to the southeast. If you're in Jonesboro, likely about to experience the heaviest rain that you're going to experience with this particular line of storms. Hamilton there, now on the backside, if you're in Hamilton, you're probably starting to experience the winds coming down just a little bit. You're also experiencing the winds, or the rain start to taper off, which is great news. And again, a lot of those hail cores kind of falling apart just a little bit. Not necessarily the support there for the hail, but definitely some very gusty winds with this storm. And that's been the case all night long. These severe thunderstorm warnings have not been issued because of very large hail. They've been issued because these winds are gusting out of the storm rather dramatically. So that is something that we are continuing to watch here. The worst part of the storm, though, is out of Goldthwaite, out of Hamilton, is about to move into Jonesboro, Gatesville. You're going to be next here just in the next several minutes as this storm chugs along at 50 miles per hour. So one thing I do want to look at is just how much rain has fallen with this system. So we're going to take all of our watches and warnings off. We're going to add our observed precipitation. And you can see over the last hour, and this is just in the last hour, you can see from Brownwood to near Goldthwaite, looking at about 2 inches of rain, 1.8 back towards Brownwood. And that's just in the last hour as this storm system continues to go through. Let's take a look at the last 12 hours because that'll include the rain we got throughout the day. And you can see there near Goldthwaite still 2 inches, up towards Hamilton about potentially 2.5 inches, 2.7. Crawford, as those storms came through just a little while ago, picked up a significant amount of rainfall, now up to about 4.6 inches of rain for the last 12 hours there in Crawford. So a lot of rain falling over the course of today. A lot of rain still due to fall as we head through the rest of the evening here with these storms that are currently moving through. All right, so let's take another scan. I just want to see what's happening now, if we're still kind of experiencing the same situation as we were before, or if things have tapered off at all for us. So let's take a look using our Colleen radar again. I know it was showing 104 mile-an-hour winds before, and that was not something that we really had any faith in, but let's see what's happening now. Yeah, 141, that's not happening. There's literally no way that's happening. However, if we switch to a different radar site, yeah, probably going to keep it going for a little while here since this is moving into I-35 territory. So again, along the leading edge here from Jonesboro to Gatesville, our DFW radar site showing 40, 41 miles an hour. So the truth, as it usually is somewhere in the middle. We're looking probably, again, about 60 to 65 mile-an-hour winds coming out of this storm. So if you're in Gatesville, that's you're up as far as the winds go, and the rain will be coming through here relatively shortly as well. Putting it back in motion. Again, it still has that forward momentum that it had before. It hasn't really slowed down too much. Again, you can see the differential in speed between the leading edge of the storm and what's happening well back south of the Colorado River as the winds behind this leading edge of the storm continue to push it out just a little bit. It's going to pick up a little bit more velocity there. That's why we are heading through Gatesville a little bit earlier than we might have anticipated. If you're from Troy to Temple, again, it's not going to be there quite as quickly, but we are still looking at potentially the arrival of this storm along the I-35 corridor here within the next half hour or so. So that's what we're keeping an eye on right now. Because I know that is a heavily trafficked highway. It does not matter what time of the day it is. You will always find plenty of people traveling up and down I-35. So that's why we want to keep y'all aware and abreast of the situation. The bow, not necessarily looking as dramatic, but we're still expecting 60 mile-per-hour winds out of this storm. So that's what we're watching. I'm stepping off the screen just so I can go take a look at the National Weather Service chat. And I just want to look and see, again, my brain tells me, I saw some of the Facebook comments, my brain tells me that it shouldn't be 141 miles per hour. It looks like EVANT measured about 61.5 miles per hour about 15 minutes ago or so. I'm trying to see if there are any indications coming in from storm spotters or anything else that would give any indication that any of those readings were accurate, and I'm just not seeing it. Let's see. Waco, Temple, Colleen area should expect severe wind gusts at or above 60 miles per hour to arrive in about 30 minutes. So about what we've been talking about this whole time. Yeah, 62 miles per hour was the one spotter report that we have at this point of wind speeds. Okay, continuing to look through the comments, and I'm not sure what I've done to some of y'all, but that's okay. All right, so continuing to watch here, again, the Boeing segment in this storm here is continuing to push right into Gatesville, and so that's where the strongest winds are. Again, Jonesboro, the heart of the storm right now, Adamsville down there, again, seeing some of the heaviest rainfall. Pidcoke up next, Flat going to be up next after that as well. So we're continuing to track this storm. What we're going to do is we're going to take the TV audience back to your programming for just a few minutes. We'll come back as this gets closer and closer to the I-35 corridor. But for now, we're going to take the TV audience back to programming. We're going to stay on the stream, though, on Facebook Live and on all of our platforms as well for streaming. So for our TV audience, thanks for staying with us. We'll be back momentarily with more information on this current storm system. Oh, no, you're good. All right, continuing to track these storms now, moving into hour number, what is it, 13 at this point. So we're still tracking the bowing edge of this storm as it moves into Gatesville. Now, if you're in Gatesville, this is going to be the heaviest rain of the storm. It's going to last a little while here, and then it'll move right on past. Again, these biggest concern that we have with these storms has been and continues to be the wind, followed by a rain threat, because we are dealing with potentially flooding rains. We had one round move through. Now we have round number 2 moving through. And again, these are dropping heavy amounts of rain, up to about 2 to 3 inches across the area. And so on top of everything else, severe thunderstorm warnings and everything else, we have that flash flood warning now in effect. They have extended the flash flood warning for McLennan County up till about 5 a.m., 6 a.m. there for parts of Bosque County and Hill County. So a lot of rain falling with the storm, in addition to obviously the heaviest winds that we're seeing right there through Jonesboro and Gatesville. And they continue to move across the area at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So it continues on, and as it does so, you're going to notice the winds before you notice the rain. We've mentioned that a few times, and that is going to be the case. I know a lot of people were wanting a storm track. So let me go ahead and throw that up there for you so that we can see when we expect it now, because again, things have sped up on us just a little bit. And as they do so, obviously that's going to change our timing just a touch. So some updated timings for you. Clifton, 3:13, Copper's Cove by about 3:30, 3:45 Waco, 3:55 Temple. So earlier we were talking about Temple in that 4:30 to 5 o'clock time frame, but now we are looking more in the neighborhood of about 3:55, so a little bit earlier. Again, it sped up, and that's kind of what's causing that. Hubbard by about 4:13, Mahia 4:33, 4:45 to Cameron, 5:01 in Hearn. So this is going to continue to move across central Texas, then into the Brazos Valley there by about 5 a.m. And again, I do want to point out that when you see 5:01, getting closer and closer to your morning commute. A lot of people do have to get up early and leave for work at those hours, so it is worth noting that if you can get out of having to leave for work until after these storms pass, that is obviously ideal. Without a doubt. But at the very least, adding extra time to your morning commute is going to save you a lot of hassles in the morning. We're also now seeing down towards Lampasas, the severe thunderstorm warning was extended just a little bit, did not necessarily include all of Lampasas County before. It has now been extended to include that area there. So Lomita, some of the heaviest rain that you're going to see in this storm. Adamsville, same story. Lampasas, the winds are moving your way, and then we're going to see the rest of the rain move in behind the winds. So just a continuing evolving situation that will not end. We've been watching the storm all night. It has kind of gone up in strength, gone down in strength, but for the most part holding together, is still fairly well organized and will continue to be so as it continues to move through the area. So I'm going to check, again, the chat just to see if there are any questions. I'll check the National Weather Service chat to see if we have any reports. Because again, 60 to 65 miles per hour has been the kind of general rule all night. I want to see if there are any reports of anything quicker than that. Oh, no worries, Madison. I'm not ending the chat at all. I just needed to check the chat for a couple of things. Like I said, before, the winds were blowing at 140 miles per hour according to our radar, and I knew that couldn't be accurate. So I just wanted to double check the chat. I had to step off for just a second to do that, and then I was looking through any questions that we might have had. Also, I was checking to see how much of the production crew is coming in at this hour. Yep, Lampasas right now, some of the winds moving through. The heaviest rain is still lagging behind just a little bit, but it'll be there relatively soon. All right, in fact, let's take a look again to see what we're dealing with in terms of winds. All right, now we're going to see if we can switch it over to Colleen at this point. I say Colleen, our radar station is located kind of between Colleen and Georgetown, so. All right, so that looks a little bit more reasonable than what we were seeing before, that's for sure. Still showing about 82 to 86 miles per hour, so still well up into the storm, not necessarily at the surface. So we have to take that with just a touch of salt, a grain of salt there. We're still expecting 60 to 65 miles per hour. In fact, if you're in Colleen, those outflow winds are getting very close to you at this point. In fact, I would expect the winds to really pick up now, and then would likely be moving into your area here in the next, probably 10 to 15 to 20 minutes. And again, they may be as high as 65 miles per hour. I do want to remind folks that there isn't really a tornado threat right now. We're not seeing any rotation within the system. This is more of a straight line threat. If you're going to see rotation, it's going to be down at the tail end of the storm, more than likely. And so you can kind of see there some of those greens and reds coming together down to the west of Llano. But for the most part, for most of the line of this line of storms, it's going to be a straight line wind threat. And we're talking 50, 60, potentially as high as 70 miles per hour. So continuing to watch that. Continuing to watch the rainfall. Like I said, the flash flood warning for McLennan County, and that shows the severe thunderstorm warning, but the flash flood warning has been extended till 5 a.m. as more storms are now imminently moving through Waco. So we got to keep an eye on that as well. All right, Still with me back there in the control room? Okay, so since this is moving towards Colleen at this point, let's go ahead and jump back on air. Okay. All right, thanks for staying with us. Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell here, still with you on this Friday morning, early on your Friday morning, still tracking these thunderstorms across central Texas. Wanted to break into programming again for you because we are now watching these storms get very close now to Colleen. Of course, we start talking about the I-14, the I-35 corridor, obviously well-traveled areas, obviously very populated areas as well. And the storm continues to spit out those same very strong outflow winds that we've been seeing all night long. Has not really calmed down at all the hail cores, of course, have kind of all but dissipated, and that's the good news. This hasn't really been a hail maker. Any of these storms that we've seen throughout the day have not really been hail makers. At this point, it's been a wind threat. It's still a wind threat. It will continue to be a wind threat as we move through the rest of the night into the morning hours as well. So the severe thunderstorm warning, you can see now, has been expired for parts of western Coryell and western Lampasas. But if you're in the eastern half of Lampasas County, if you're in the eastern half of Coryell, and then you're in the western half of Bell County, this still extends into about 3:30, so about another 14 or 15 minutes. If you're in Killeen, if you're on right there near the base, you're going to start feeling these outflow winds here very quickly. And as they start blowing in, you're going to notice it 50 to 60 miles per hour potentially blowing out of the base of this storm. And you can see that kind of exaggerated bow shape on the front edge, the leading edge of this storm, and that tells us that we do have those high winds. Of course, we don't need to do that. We can always take a look inside the storm and see what the wind speeds are. And again, you can see these very bright colors coming from our Killeen, Georgetown radar station. Potentially, again, we're looking up into the storm just a little bit, but at this point it's getting closer and closer, so this is getting a little bit more accurate. Still potentially up to about 70 to 75 miles per hour at the surface, likely 60 to 65 miles per hour, and these continue to push off to the southeast. So if you're in Killeen, this is moving towards you. If you're in Harker Heights, Nolanville, that's going to be where it's headed next. If you're in Temple and Belton, you're going to feel those winds here just in the next probably 20 to 25 minutes as this storm moves in. The winds will lead the storm in, but once it's there, you will start to notice the rainfall for sure, because we're also dealing with some heavy rainfall within these storms. Not as bad as it was before. You see a lot of those burgundy colors have been taken out of here, out of our radar imagery. So that is some good news for us anyway. We're not dealing with as heavy rainfall, and since it's moving a little bit faster, you're not having to deal with the rainfall for as extended a period of time either. So all of that is good news. The bad news, though, of course, is that any rain at this point is not ideal because we have so much saturation already across the area. That's not great news. Of course, the worst part about the whole situation is going to be the wind. You're going to feel those as they come through, 50 to 60 miles per hour. So definitely best to be inside. Most people should probably be inside at this hour. It's 3:18 in the morning, so that is where you want to be when these winds come through. Damaging winds for sure can take shingles off the roof, can definitely bring down branches, can definitely bring down power poles. You definitely want to stay away from any windows, just on the off chance of flying debris, staying inside the house, of course, away from those windows. Not necessarily to the extent of your tornado safe place, but again, you want to not necessarily be in near anything that can shatter and hurt you, of course. So that's why we always say stay away from windows in these situations as well. The hail threat is all but gone. Not much of a hail threat there. It is mainly a rain, thunder, lightning, and heavy wind event. And when I say heavy, again, we're seeing winds up to about 60 to 65 miles per hour gusting out of these storms. To put it back in motion, we're going to see how quickly this storm is moving. About 50 miles per hour. That's the last hour. Over the last hour, the leading edge of the storm has made it all the way from the western half of Hamilton County into the eastern half of Coryell County. So covered about a county and a half, and these counties typically have a diameter there of about 30 miles. So that tells you it's gone about 50 miles in the last hour, so that's fairly accurate. Moving now towards Killeen, it'll be there just in the next couple of minutes. If you're in Killeen, make sure you're staying indoors. Obviously, those winds are going to be dangerous as they move through. The rain as well, again, even though it has lightened up, any rain at this point is going to continue to cause problems with flooding. That's why we have flash flood warnings in effect for parts of the area. Do want to put another track on it here, just to give you another idea, an updated idea of timing. Again, moving at about 50 miles per hour. If you're in Killeen, like I said, imminently. It says the next 13 minutes, could be sooner than that. The next 5 to 10 minutes for sure. Waco by about 3:42, Burnett 4:07, Gerald by 4:14, Cameron 4:32, Georgetown by about 4:47. Now, what you don't see listed on here, and sometimes our tracker will pick and choose towns as it sees fit, but obviously Temple, Belton on this list. If you're in Killeen at 3:30, likely into Temple and Belton by about 3:40, 3:45. 5-ish. So that's when I'd expect those winds to arrive in Temple and Belton. And that's going to be the leading edge of the storm, followed then, of course, by the heavy rainfall, which will then come to an end just a little bit after that. So probably about 10 to 15 minutes of heavy rainfall can be expected with these storms as they come through. Continuing on down the list, College Station by about 5:24, and then Caldwell by about 5:40 there. So still a long way to go with these storms, and still a couple hours left here until we start to get some resolution, seeing these storms move out of the 6 News viewing area. So we've got a ways to go yet. That is for sure. Put it back in motion. And again, just the dramatic bowing that we're seeing with this storm. And again, when we say bowing out, of course, think about a bow and arrow, how a bow and arrow is shaped. It has that kind of rounded off shape, that semicircle shape. And that's what we talk about when we talk about a bow echo. It's getting that rounded shape, and you can see the winds really pushing the storm out. And that is a telltale sign, a dead giveaway that these storms have some very strong winds. So let me step off, see if we have any more reports to share, because obviously we can do so much with radar. However, at the same time, if we can get eyes on the ground giving us reports, obviously that is more ideal. Looking through the National Weather Service chat. Doesn't look like we have any necessarily reports for wind damage or anything like that. Checking for questions in the chat. Looks like we're back up to about 22 people in the chat. With it moving, yeah. So Bonnie, yeah, I would say Rogers, we said earlier about 4:30, 4:45, I think, probably going to be more in line with right around 4 a.m. So for the folks watching on TV, I am still answering some of the questions for our Facebook chat that we have going as well. So the question was asked in our Facebook chat earlier. Again, we've been doing this live stream since about 9:30. Earlier, we kind of estimated Killeen, Temple, and then Rogers there for about 4:30 to 4:45 because the storm was moving much slower. Since it sped up to about 50 miles per hour, yeah, you can expect it through Temple about 3:45 into Rogers there, probably right around 4 a.m. is what we're going to be watching. Much quicker, about an hour quicker than we originally anticipated because it has sped up along the leading edge. So with that in mind, you know, at this point, the good news is that it's going to likely be through most of the area before we get to the heart of morning drive time, which if this were coming through during morning drive could definitely cause accidents, could definitely cause traffic congestion, et cetera, et cetera. So good that it's coming through a little bit earlier than we anticipated, for sure. You can see the whole line continues to bow out a little bit more from Meridian all the way down through into Lampasas there. You can see that very exaggerated bow shape. So anywhere along the edge of this storm, you're going to experience those winds. So Lampasas now, winds concern. Also, the heavy rain has now started. If you're in Killeen, now we're starting to see that leading edge of the rain move into Killeen as well. So you're going to start to see the heaviest rain. It'll last about 10 to 15 minutes, and then it'll start to taper off. Rain, though, expected for a little while yet. You can see there is some depth to this system. The heaviest rain, just a few miles wide, but then, of course, the moderate to lighter rainfall does extend all the way back still into Hamilton County. So once it starts, the heaviest rain will be out relatively quickly, but then after that, you're going to be dealing with some moderate to light rainfall for a little while afterwards as well. If you're in Waco, you can now see that this severe thunderstorm warning has been extended up into McLennan County because of the strong wind. So if you're in Waco, getting very close now. If you're in China Spring, that area, you're starting to see some of the heavier winds start to move through. Rain will be next, and then into Waco here in the next 20 to 25 minutes potentially, we'll see the storm start to move through. So again, everything has sped up. Our timeline has sped up just a little bit here with the storm really picking up some speed in the last hour or so. So just to recap, sorry, been on air for the better part of the last 13 hours or so, so you'll have to forgive me a few deep breaths there. We are still watching a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Bell County, Coryell County, up into McLennan County as well. Very strong winds on the leading edge of this storm, up to about 60 to 65 miles per hour. The other problem that we're seeing, of course, the rainfall within the storms. Several areas already dealing with flooding issues, most of McLennan County into Coryell County dealing with those flooding issues. And now there's more rain incoming that will only serve to aggravate those issues even further. So unfortunately, yeah, dealing with more rain there tonight. But the story continues to be, has been, and will be the winds with these systems, as we're seeing those outflow winds up to about 60 to 65 miles per hour. So if you're in Killeen, what can you expect here in the next several minutes? If you're in Harker Heights, Nolanville, over the next 20 minutes or so, we're watching these outflow winds blow out of the storm at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. Looking up into the storm just a little bit, you can see just a little bit off the ground, 2,000 or 3,000 feet, 70, 77 miles per hour. So as this comes down to the surface, again, 60 to 65 is what we're expecting there at the surface. So again, damaging winds can definitely bring down branches, bring down trees. And in fact, because of the shape of this storm system, if you're in Temple, you're going to get it a little bit sooner as well. You're going to get the wind first, then you're going to get the rain. So when we start talking about the arrival times here being about 3:45 or so, that's going to be for the leading edge of the rain. So winds might come out a little bit quicker than that. You might notice those here just in the next several minutes before the actual storm gets there. Same situation as you look up towards McLennan County. You can see very strong winds coming out of the storm there into the western parts of McLennan County as well, although not nearly to the same extent, 40, 45 miles per hour with the winds coming into McLennan County as we speak. Back in motion. And we still have the storm moving into the I-14 corridor right now. So if you're in Copperas Cove, strong winds, heavy rain starting. The heavy rain won't last as long, but it will be raining for a minute. And that is, again, why we have those flooding concerns. Even though it's moving quickly, yeah, the storm is still about 20 to 25 miles deep. So you have to make it through that entire storm before the rain can stop, obviously. So that's why we still have those flooding concerns in place for the area. Taking a wider look, once we can get past this line of storms, it's over for now. We do have the possibility of seeing even more rain, even more thunderstorms moving in for your Friday, likely late morning, early afternoon. So that's something we'll have to keep an eye on there. And the problem is, so the forecast comes down to this. What's the time difference between this batch of storms and the one that we're expecting next? Because the longer we wait, the more the atmosphere is going to be able to reset, the more it's going to be able to gain its instability back, which means the storms that then come in for your Friday late morning, early afternoon time frame could be even stronger than they would have been had there been a shorter gap of time. So we're going to have to wait and see on that. Since this is moving through faster, that obviously is not ideal for what we expect for your Friday. I keep saying for your Friday. It's already Friday. I keep forgetting that. All right, getting a new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the rest of Bell County, for Milam County, Robertson County, Falls County, and the eastern half of McLennan County as well. So what's happening is they're just issuing new severe thunderstorm warnings downstream as this storm continues to travel further and further. It does not mean that anything has necessarily changed with the storm. Still the same threats. It's just now we have to move it even further because we're not showing any signs of the storm weakening at all. It's continuing to move right on along and its clip here. And so now, if it's moving, and now the estimate is that it's moving to the east at about 60 miles per hour. Of course, ironically enough, the winds blowing out of the storm are also about 60 miles per hour. Now we need to give another update on the track because that means the times will have changed just a little bit once again. I'm grabbing the whole storm here. I don't really need to. The 60 mile per hour portion is going to be the part that's bowing out there. So Harker Heights, about 3:34, so the next 5 minutes or so, likely already feeling some of those winds, but we're going to feel the rest of the bulk of this storm coming through here in the next 5 minutes or so. Waco, 3:42, so here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Kingsland by 4:02, Marble Falls, 4:15, Georgetown, 4:29, so close to 4:30 there in Georgetown. Round Rock, 4:45, Bryan, 4:57, College Station by 5:02. So this continues into the Brazos Valley there into the early morning hours. So I do want to zoom in because it's not showing me Temple. I do want to get Temple on there just for the folks in Temple to be able to see and get their idea of when the storm should impact them. Obviously, if it's Harker Heights by 3:34, it's not going to be too terribly much longer before it gets to Temple. Still doesn't want to show me Temple for one reason or the other, but I can tell you if it's Harker Heights 3:32, 3:34, that time frame, likeliest time for it to move into the I-35 corridor, so Temple and Belton is going to be right around 3:40, 3:35 to 3:40, so it's not going to take a long time to get from Harker Heights to, say, Nolanville to Belton and Temple over the course of the next 10 minutes or so. It would be the likeliest. You can see another severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for parts of Llano County down into Burnett County, as well as that end of the storm continues to travel on. That end of the storm, though, likely not going to in fact impact us much here in central Texas, but for folks down in the Austin area, that is going to be heading their way here over the next couple of hours as well. So again, Harker Heights 3:32, but for the folks in Temple, it's going to be that 3:40-ish time frame. Let me do I'm going to do a smaller tracker and see if that allows me to get Temple in there, because I definitely want to get that in there. Still does not want to show me Temple, but I can tell you, again, it's going to be right around, oh, it does show right there. So 3:41. So like I said, right around 3:40 is what we're looking at. Academy, 3:49. If you're in, say, Rogers, it's going to be about the same time as the Academy estimate there, so 3:45 to 3:50, that time frame. That's when you expect it in Rogers. Serenada there by 3:57, Cameron by 4:09, Taylor by 4:14, Rockdale by 4:23, Aston 4:33, 4:42 into Caldwell. So Burleson County, Brazos County there by about 4:45, 5 o'clock. And again, we showed just a second ago Bryan College Station right around 5 a.m. So if you're in that area, that's when you expect that. That's when we expect it to be there. And again, remember, these times are estimates; they are not exact. You know, it's all based on the forward speed of the storms. So if anything speeds up or slows down, you know, you might lose a minute, you might gain a minute here or there, but those are the best estimate times. It is approaching the I-35 corridor, though. If you are in Lorena, again, the wind's moving through, potentially some small hail about to pop through as well. If you're in Bruceville Eddy, same story. But those winds, if you're in Bruceville Eddy, you're probably already starting to feel those outflow winds, but the strongest winds are still behind. You're still going to have to wait a few minutes for those to come through. Those are going to be kind of along and just behind some of the highest radar returns. A lot of this wind coming from what, again, we call the cold pool that develops behind these storms. And basically, that's just an area of rain-cooled air. And of course, if you have very cold air and you have still relatively warm surface temperatures, you're going to get these winds rushing out of the storm and rushing out ahead of the storm. And so that's where we get these outflow winds from. But again, I kind of want to focus on this area right here because that is where it is the closest to I-35. And obviously that's where we have the most towns. So Copperas Cove, some of the heaviest rain now over. Flat, the heaviest rain now over. Moody, some of the heaviest rain, potentially some pocket change sized hail falling in Moody right now. That will continue on for another 10 or 15 minutes before things do start to taper off just a little bit. If you're in Troy, likely some of those strong winds starting to blow in. Behind those winds, that's when you're going to notice the rain begin. Heaviest rain will be at the leading edge of the storm, and then it'll taper off again. Won't expect the rain to really come to an end for a little while because this is a pretty deep storm. However, we are going to be done with the heaviest of rain in about 10 or 15 minutes time once the storm arrives on your doorstep. Back in motion. And you can see the storm is going to arrive in Moody. It's going to arrive in Troy before it arrives in, say, Temple or Belton. And then it'll arrive in Belton shortly thereafter, just because of the shape of the storm here. And again, how much it's bowed out in this section. These are the areas where we're expecting the strongest winds, unfortunately. If you're in Temple, obviously, we still have pieces to pick up from last Wednesday. And hopefully the winds that come through here over the next hour or so don't impede too much on any of the recovery efforts. I would hate to see that happen. If you're on I-14 right now, if you're, say, Coppers Cove to Killeen, to Harker Heights, to Nolanville, those very strong winds are about to start blowing in here over the next several minutes. And again, I can't imagine anybody would be on the road at this time, 3:30 in the morning. However, if you have plans, or if you're grabbing the keys as we speak, heading out the door, listening to the TV in the background, maybe delay just another 10, 15 minutes here. Let the storm get past you before you head out on the road. That's the best advice I can give, because again, these winds can blow you off the road. If they are blowing out at 60 to 65 miles per hour, that can move you around a little bit. Not gonna lie to you. Those are a definitely tropical storm force winds for sure. Again, that leading edge now pushing into I-35 between Waco and Troy, moving through Moody. Strongest wind still a little bit further back towards Gatesville, towards Flat, but we'll be moving in relatively soon here over the next few minutes. So again, one of those situations where if you're literally grabbing the keys and walking towards the door with the TV on in the background, just give it a little while. These winds will be out soon enough. For the time being, obviously safety is most important. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm already starting to hear things blow around a little bit outside here in Temple. Tells me the winds are just about here. As a matter of fact, they are knocking on the doorstep. So yeah, very strong winds about to move into Temple as well. The entire I-35 corridor between Waco and Temple and the I-14 corridor there from Harker Heights back to Killeen, back to Coppers Cove. Very strong winds with this storm. In fact, let me just double check a couple of things here in our chat, see what's going on, see if we have any reports. Is there a, sorry. Looking back through some of the comments. And again, if you're following us on TV, we also have a Facebook live stream going, so just checking in on some of the comments. Arrival in Temple, yeah, so it's basically almost here, and we're talking 3:40-ish. Yep, exactly. And so, Tom, that's exactly what happened. That's why we saw that severe thunderstorm warning extended there. Crawford wind is intense. I believe it. Essie, as far as rotation in McGregor, I'm not seeing anything that would indicate that to me. Again, we expected, and this continues to be a straight line wind event. Okay. Checking as well on the National Weather Service chat. Yep, so Woodway, 64 mile per hour gust reported there. McGregor, 61 miles per hour. So all along this leading edge, it's exactly what we expected, about 60 to 65 miles per hour. And you can look at our radar and you see these deep, kind of almost white and blue colors that would indicate potentially 80 mile per hour winds. That is very likely not the case. It's once they hit the surface, they're not going to be in that 80 mile an hour range. They're going to be more in the 60 to 65 mile per hour range. So that's what we're going to continue to deal with. with that. Again, flash flood warning also in effect still until about 5 a.m. for parts of McLennan County, and that's going to stay in effect for the rain that is falling now, of course, and then it'll stay in effect well after this rain is ended as things continue to drain out. I can tell you right now, from our downtown Temple studio, I can hear the winds gusting and howling outside the door right now. So the winds approaching the city, not necessarily seeing the rain just yet, but we are starting to feel those outflow winds. So this whole situation continues to push towards I-35 and will be through the I-35 corridor here in about the next 30 to 40 minutes, likely over the next hour from Temple up through Hillsborough. Now, if you're south of Temple down towards Salado, Gerald, and to Williamson County, of course, we're going to have to deal with the fact that this is a bowing storm, so it's going to take a little bit longer to get through the 35 corridor down in that section. But I can absolutely hear the winds right now. They are no joke. In fact, let's take a look on our tower cam, see if we can get our current conditions. The current conditions have not really necessarily been working for us recently because of the power outages due to last Wednesday's tornadoes. But you can see some shaking on the tower cam. It is absolutely blowing out there. There is no doubt about it. We can hear it through the door. Rain, again, not quite here yet. You can also see temperatures falling into the 60s there with some of this rain-cooled air. And, of course, the gusty winds as well. So again, taking a wide look, you can see the edge of this storm now moving into the I-35 corridor. The heaviest rain falling over 35 there from Galinda down to about Troy. Rain imminently to start falling here in Temple. And then after Temple, if you're in Academy or Rogers, it's going to be another 10 to 15 minutes before it gets to you. Salado, another likely 5 to 10 minutes before we see the rain begin there in Salado. Nolanville, probably starting to feel the rain coming down. The winds is still likely gusting very strong there. These winds, despite the fact that we're calling them gusts, they're going to last a minute because, again, they're originating from behind the storm. Again, a little quick science lesson. Again, we have what's called a cold pool developing behind the storm. And what happens is you get very cool, rain-cooled air up in the upper atmosphere. It rushes down to the surface and out ahead of the storm. So that is why these the winds will last a fairly significant amount of time. So yeah, it's going to be a sustained wind for a little while here. The other thing, of course, that we expect with this would be obviously some thunder and lightning and the heavy rain that we've been dealing with for the better part of the month of May as well. So that's what we got going on right now. Put another track on it for those of you that may just now be tuning in so we can see where this thing is heading. It's moving at about 60 miles per hour, which is the good news. And that puts it through that would put it through the Brazos Valley there by about 5:30. So that again gets us out before Morning Drive, Navasota by about 5:14, Giddings by 5:07, College Station 4:49, Elgin there by about 4:44, Round Rock 4:24, Georgetown 4:10, Marlin 4:01, and then Waco by about 3:45. But if you're in Waco, you're already probably feeling the winds. If you're in Temple, you are absolutely feeling the winds. I know you are because I can hear them outside the door right now. So a lot going on across the area, a lot going on across the I-35 corridor. And we are going to continue to see this as it tracks across the area here over the next several minutes across I-35. Again, this is not expected to be any sort of tornadic situation, just straight line winds, some potential hail in a couple of spots. That's one thing we haven't looked at in a while. Let's take a look. Again, the wind is the story. The wind has been the story. The wind will continue to be the story We can't get away from that. This is our hail monitor right now, and you can see just a few areas of potentially pea-sized to dime-sized hail. So really not even part of the story with this particular storm. Right now we are just dealing with the winds and the rain. You can hear the winds, you can hear them blowing around, and they will continue to do so as we head through the next couple of hours. All right, so just to recap, we had round one of storms, came through right around 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. We have, or really it was closer to 10 or 11. We have round two coming through now that has moved all the way in from well outside the viewing area, now pushing into the I-35 corridor. We've been tracking this one for several hours. Now it is currently finally moving through the I-35 corridor, but as it does so, it's bringing with it 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. The leading edge of the storm right now is on a line from about Nolanville through Temple, through Troy, up to Galinda, and then back to Waco. So this area right here is where we're going to experience some of the strongest winds that we get. And then that's when the heaviest rain is going to start, and the heaviest rain will last for about 10 or 15 minutes before it starts tapering off towards the back. The problem is, once you get past the heavy rain and you think you're done, it's going to continue to sprinkle and drizzle for a little while after that, and you're going to continue to feel some of those outflow winds because some of them are coming from, again, behind the storm. So it's important to remember that the winds, despite the fact that we're calling them gusts, will be a little bit sustained here. In fact, I can tell you right now, just heard the winds come down for a second outside here in Temple, but then immediately picked right back up. So we are not seeing any dissipation in the winds just yet, and it's been 10, 15 minutes or so already. So this is going to be a long-lived wind event. So if you are not indoors, again, I don't know why you wouldn't be, but if you're not already, you should definitely be indoors for this event, because those winds are not a joke. I've said it a few times in the past couple of weeks. Tornadoes are one thing. Straight line winds can be, in some cases, just as dangerous, just as damaging. Can take shingles off roofs, branches off trees, things of that nature. So it's nothing to take lightly. Just because there's no tornado does not mean we do not have issues across the area. And again, that's what we're dealing with right now, and we'll continue to deal with here for the next several minutes. If you're in Temple, if you're in Waco, if you're in Colleen, this is coming through. It will continue to come through for another probably 10 to 15 minutes with the heaviest rain, and then we'll be left with wind gusts and just some light rain thereafter. So continuing to track this as it continues to move across central Texas. If you're just joining us, let's go ahead and put another track on it so we can get an idea of where it's headed. The storm is moving, and this is the good news here. The storm is moving at about 60 miles per hour. So it won't stay in any one place terribly, terribly long. Temple, 349. I can tell you right now, we're in Temple, already starting to feel the winds here, already starting to see we've been feeling the rain, starting to see some of the rain come down as well. Cameron by about 419, Taylor 429, College Station there by about 458, Somerville by about 516. So again, like I said a little bit before, we do expect this to move out of the Brazos Valley by about 5:30 before the morning drive. So that is the good news. The bad news, before it leaves, it's going to leave its mark. These winds are very strong. You likely can't hear them through my microphone, but we are just listening to them gust against the building. It is very loud outside with the straight line winds, and now as the rain starts to fall, of course, it's going to get even louder. Obviously a potentially frightening situation for many. Just trust that as long as you stay indoors, you'll stay safe. Stay away from your windows, you'll stay safe. As long as you're not outside in a car or anything like that. At this point, it is just wind, it is rain, it is thunder, it is lightning, but those winds, they are very gusty, so that is why we continue to say stay indoors through this system. Again, checking the Facebook chat just to see what's happening. I gotta tell you, JJ, if I could schedule them for better times, I would. Winds blowing hard in West Temple, yep. the light turned off in the Waco area, Holman Avenue. Yeah, that's the other thing about these winds, is I will tell you, is they can take down power poles. 60 miles an hour can do that. All right, checking the National Weather Service chat as well, just to see what we got. All right, so yeah, still just seeing 60, 64, 61. All the reports we're getting are of 60 mile per hour winds. So when we show you, and I'll show you again just so we can talk about it. When I show you this image right here, when I show you the velocity image, it's going to show up on radar. No hail. That's the good news with this storm. When I show you these images, you have to remember that this beam starts off in our Doppler radar site there down in Williamson County, and as it goes towards the storm, it's actually at an angle, so it's actually going up and up and up and up. So by the time it gets to, say, Gatesville, we're looking at a radar beam that's looking at a storm 5,000 feet off the ground once it gets, 40, 50 miles away, or 60 miles away. So when we show you these and they say 80 miles per hour, that's likely happening well up in the storm. The question is then, what is reaching the ground? And that's where we tend to rely a little bit on our spotters, some of the reports that we get in from emergency management types, first responders, et cetera, we can expect then, again, about 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. So watch what happens if I click closer to Gatesville. Yeah, it says 74, likely not reaching the ground. Most of the reports we're getting are of 60 to 65. Is it possible that a 70 mile per hour wind gust could reach the ground? Absolutely, it's possible. It is absolutely possible. But when we start comparing something like this, where we know this is well up into the storm, we see these numbers, we compare that to the actual reports we're getting from the ground, it's most likely that when it reaches the ground, we're talking 60 to 65 miles per hour instead of the 70 to 80. I would not expect to see 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. Is it out of the question? Absolutely not. But be prepared for sure for 60 miles per hour. One of our Facebook commenters, JJ, said, hope the cops aren't out to catch these because most of the speed limits are 45. Yeah, absolutely. These winds are blowing faster than your car will drive most surface streets. A little bit slower than most highway speeds around here, but still fast enough that it will do some damage. There is no doubt. So you can see in Temple, we're about halfway through the heaviest of the rainfall, but I am still hearing those winds just howl against the door out there. And again, what's happening is they're flowing out from the backside of the storm. I want to take a look right here. So notice our little wind particles. Some are blowing backwards, some are blowing forward. So what's happening is this cold pool that's developing behind the storm, and again, cold air is just rushing down to the surface. And as it does so, it hits the ground, it spreads out in all directions. And so that's where we get some of those massive wind gusts from, is from actually the cold pool behind the main line of storms. So that's what's happening there. And so expect the winds to last a little bit longer. Once we get past the initial surge, it's going to drop to about 20 to 30 miles per hour. It's not going to be the 60 miles per hour it was at the beginning, but still at 20 to 30 sustained, you're going to notice those winds for a little while to come. And again, just the exaggerated bow shape that we have with this storm, it continues to be an indication of what's happening out there. Let's take a look at our Temple tower cam real quick. Okay, so you can see the lens gotten a little bit wet, lightning, of course, in the area. And again, the tower cam is not blowing around with the same extent that it was before, but we were seeing it move around pretty significantly a little bit earlier when the initial surge came through. So definitely still windy, definitely wet, definitely a lightning show, but nothing tornadic, not really any hail. So trying to look on the bright side, trying to be positive about the situation. Obviously winds are scary, they're loud, Probably the loudest part of the storm is going to be the wind. So just keep in mind that we are not expecting anything tornadic here. This is all straight line wind and rain. I know sometimes we all need a little bit of reassurance there when these things come through. And I'm telling you right now that right now on our radar scans, there is nothing that would indicate any sort of tornadic rotation, just those 60-mile-per-hour winds, those persistent, pesky 60-mile-an-hour winds that we have not been able to shake throughout the day and now throughout the night as well. Again, this is well back in the storm, but this is the cold pool we were talking about. This is where the source of a lot of that cold air is coming from, and so you're going to get gusts all the way from back towards Hamilton, all the way down towards Coryell and Temple. A very windy situation right now. As the storm passes on, sometimes what will happen is sometimes you'll get a high wind warning issued by the National Weather Service behind the storms. We'll have to wait and see if that's what happens, because at that point you don't need a severe thunderstorm warning because you're not getting the hail or anything like that, and they're not necessarily thunderstorm related winds anymore. But we'll see about that. But winds are definitely still gusting, howling. If you're in Marlin, if you're in Falls County right now, storm moving into your area, Waco now past the heaviest parts of the rain, likely still getting the very gusty winds. I know I saw in our Facebook comments some issues with power in Waco. Not at all surprising with the strength of these winds. And not just the strength of the winds, a 60-mile-an-hour wind, if it's just a quick gust, is not going to do much. A sustained 60-mile-per-hour wind will cause some damage, and that's unfortunately what we're dealing with right now. So the severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4:30. You can see for McLennan County all the way down to Bell County as well. Flash flood warning still in effect until about 5. That is that flash flood warning. We have another flash flood warning off to the north there for parts of Bosque County. That's in effect until 6 a.m. So a lot still going on across the area as we head through the now very early morning here on your Friday morning. I know not necessarily the way a lot of y'all wanted to wake up on your Friday, but alas, here we are. So just to recap, putting this in motion, severe thunderstorm moving across the entire 6 News viewing area. Right now, basically hugging I-35 from Hillsborough down to Temple. A lot of rain falling up in the Hillsborough area right now and up into DFW as well. But you can see that line extends from Hillsborough all the way down I-35 into Temple, cuts down I-14 right now towards Coryell and back towards Lampasas, Burnett, and Llano. So just a very long, very drawn out system of storms here moving across the area. Strongest winds right now, if you're for folks that are wondering, are going to be right here, right in the core of the storm, now moving into Falls County towards Marlin. If you're in Temple, some of the strongest winds. Waco, some of the strongest winds as well. Coryell there, that's where we're kind of seeing a lot of the bulk of the activity is right there in kind of this little semicircular area of the storm. So that's if you're curious, if you're wondering, from Waco to Temple right now, unfortunately, that is where we're seeing the strongest winds. And Temple, of course, an area right now that does not need to see the wind. Obviously still recovering from the last time we saw wind, unfortunately. At least this time that wind is not rotating. Again, Lot, Marlin, winds starting to move into your area. Galinda, some of the heaviest rain that you're going to see moving through right now. Temple, we're now on the backside of the heaviest rain. Still got the winds. We've still got the winds gusting. That is still part of the situation, but a lot of the rain now moving out of Temple. Belton still seeing rain. Salado, the rain really just starting for y'all. Copperas Cove now on the backside of the main bulk of the rain as well. Crawford now in the clear. Probably still pretty windy, pretty gusty, but as far as the rain is concerned, clear of there. So again, continuing to watch this storm system as it moves across. Continues to be severe, continues to just spit out very gusty outflow winds right now. That is something that we cannot escape with this storm. And then again, as the rain passes. And we just lost power. There we go, and we're back. Unfortunately, my computer is not back. So, lost a quick power hit here at the 6 News station. We are in downtown Temple, just as a reminder. So if you're in Temple, if you just had a power flash, it was the wind. There is not a tornadic situation here, just 50 to 60 mile per hour winds sustained. We have been dealing with these winds for the better part of the last half hour now. And so that is why we are getting some of these power flashes, as winds can take down power lines, can mess with the transformers, things of that nature. 60 mile an hour winds are not a joke. It's not a tornado, but it's not a joke. And we are continuing to stay with you through this situation. I know likely this system has woken a lot of you up with the very loud winds that are blowing out across the area. And so you're just tuning in. This is still in effect, this severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4:30. By that point, we should be moving it into parts of the Brazos Valley. So Calvert to Cameron, that's where we're looking about that 4:30, 4:45 time frame. And then it'll move into Brazos County, Burleson County there right around 5 a.m. So that's something that we're going to be dealing with here if you're in the Brazos Valley. Not dealing with it yet, but here over the next hour, that's when you can expect it to make its way into your neck of the woods. All right, back up and running here. Still not seeing any sort of dissipation in this storm. The only thing that I've seen right now is a little bit of a separation here between the two kind of arms of the storm here, but even that seems to have kind of come back together a little bit in that last scan. So there's nothing weakening about this storm as it continues to move through the area. Yeah, it's late at night. It's not night anymore, it's morning. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, so we're getting close to the coolest part of the day. However, there's still a lot of instability for these storms to work with, especially in central Texas. Most of the storms that we've had the last day or so, going back to Thursday, were up in our northern counties. So anything coming through Falls County into Bell County, still plenty of energy for it to work with. And as it moves through, it is just tapping into all of that unused energy and just continuing to move across the area and not losing any strength whatsoever. So Temple, we're now on the backside of the rain. Can still hear it falling in downtown a little bit here. It will taper off here over the next several minutes. The winds, unfortunately, are not going to come to an end as soon as the rain does. We're going to hear those for quite a while yet. Put this in motion. Watch what happens behind the storm. Do you see this expanding area of green? So this isn't necessarily rain that's reaching the ground or anything, but what it is it's moisture up in the upper atmospheres, and it's cooling all of that air, which then rushes out of the storm. I know I've explained that a couple of times, but for anybody who's just tuning in, that's where a lot of these winds are coming from. That's why some of the strongest winds come in with the rain and then stick around well after it's gone as well. So that's what we're dealing with there. Now I'm going to put a track on this. I know, again, the storm probably woke a lot of you up and you're probably wondering where it's headed. So let's go ahead and take a look here. Really, really well-defined bow echo in the storm. Pushing off to the southeast at about 60 miles per hour. Gets us into Mart by about 4:06, gets us into Serenada by 4:13 there in Williamson County, Georgetown by 4:23, Taylor by 4:37, North Zolch by 4:51, it's there in Madison County, Bryan College Station 5:07, Snook by about 5:15, Huntsville there by about 5:28. So this storm is booking right along. There is no doubt about it. That's the one benefit here of the storm, is that it is moving quickly, so we're not going to get inundated with huge amounts of rain, but we're still going to get plenty of rainfall as this comes through. So flooding concerns still a reality across parts of central Texas at this hour. So as far as morning drive advice, I would say try to wait till the storms are past. I know a lot of people have very early wake-up calls with some of your jobs. If you can wait till the storm is past, that is ideal. If you're somewhere, say Franklin and Hearn, and you're like, I've got to get out the door here in the next several minutes, my best advice would be don't. But if you absolutely have to, just allow yourself significant amounts of extra time, and really at the end of the day, just try to wait till the storm gets past, because you're going to get 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, and if you're already on the road when those winds hit, they will move you around, potentially blow you around the road, which is obviously not safe. Behind the main bulk of the rain, winds are going to calm down. They're not going to go to zero, but they're going to calm down a little bit. At least that's a little bit more of a drivable condition than what you'll see as the storm initially hits. So that's the best advice I can give for your morning drive. You can see as the storm moves through, the severe thunderstorm watch is being allowed to end for some of those far western counties. So you can see as this comes through, this is going to be the end of this particular wave of storms. But again, we have more storms in the forecast as we head into tomorrow as well. So this model, which I love, it's the HRRR. It's usually great. It has not been. It has been consistently bad the last day and a half or so, and I'll tell you the reason why is because all of these waves of storm activity that we get, our models aren't great at picking up how those are going to interact with each other, how they're going to change the atmosphere over before the next round gets here. So that's what's been happening lately. Let's put this one in motion here. And it's about, I've been saying this, it's almost 2 hours behind. So that just goes to what I was saying. The model had no way of picking up on the extra support this storm got to push it to 60 miles per hour. There's no way the model could have picked up on something like that. So we're about 2 hours behind as it is. Storm gets through by 10 a.m. We're projecting it to be through the Brazos Valley by about 7. So it's about 2 hours behind. Behind that, the HRRR, our forecast model that we're using, is now saying that the atmosphere is going to be so worked over by this overnight convection that we're not going to be able to get those afternoon thunderstorms. It keeps them in place a little bit for our western counties, but for most of us in central Texas, the model has us staying dry. We're still holding on to that. I don't even remember the percentage I put during the 10 o'clock news, but we're going to hold on to about a 40% chance for showers and thunderstorms through tomorrow. Some of which, again, if we get into the afternoon, we get storms, they could be severe. So we definitely have to keep our eye on that, especially, again, if those storms get to the afternoon. Anything in the morning is likely not going to be severe because, again, of what's happening right now. But if storms hold on and last into the afternoon, into the evening, yes, they could absolutely be on the severe side again, with primarily a wind followed by hail threat. I can tell you right now, I don't hear the winds howling at the door in Temple anymore, so there you go. That tells you it's about 20 to 25 minutes worth of very strong wind. After that, it will calm down. It will stick around, but it will at least calm down just a little bit. So if you're in Marlin, heaviest rain moving in right now, it'll last 10 to 15 minutes, and then it'll move on, and then we will see everything kind of move on towards Cameron. So if you're watching us on Channel 6, can y'all hear me in the back still? You still with me? Because what I want to do is I want to go ahead and on Channel 6, go ahead and go back to programming and then just keep us going on the live stream if I can. All right. Well, for the time being, we're going to keep going here on air on Channel 6 as well until we get that clarified. But yeah, so right now, the reason I'm going to go just to streaming is we are seeing this move out of the I-35 corridor. If you're from Temple to Waco, we are starting to see some of the activity move out towards Marlin. We still have that activity there, but again, we're going to go to the stream. We're not leaving you completely alone. If you're watching us on Channel 6, you can still watch us on Facebook Live on the 6 News Facebook page. You can also still catch us on the 6 News app and 6 Plus on Roku and on Apple TV. All right, but for now, this is Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell bidding you good morning. All right, so if you're still with us on the stream, we still have this going on. This situation is still moving across central Texas, now moving towards Mejia. I did want to jump off because they are getting prepared now for Texas today, the early edition at 4:30, and of course it is moving through the I-35 corridor, so so we're moving out of the populated areas, but again, we're now moving into parts of Marlin, down towards Cameron, Franklin, Hearn, those types of areas. So that's where the storm is currently. I'm going to step off the screen. I'm going to check for any questions anybody's been asking, things of that nature. And then here in a little while, I'm going to be turning this over to Whitney Huddleston so that she can get started on Texas Today. All right, doesn't look like we have any questions on the Facebook. And I'm just checking the National Weather Service chat for any reports. Looks like some flash flooding near Waco, 3 miles east of Waco. All right, so again, 60, 65, that's about all we're getting out of this storm. All right, we're going to let this run for a little while. I'll be back in just a minute. all good. Your mic should be hot.
Okay.
The stream is still going.
Okay.
Because I really have no way of turning it off because it's on the login for the digital person who left a long time ago.
Okay.
And then I told them to switch it back to max 1 before first weather. So everything should be good.
Okay, perfect.
Good luck.
Thank you.
If anything blows up, just call me.
It'll be all right. We're good. All is well.
Okay. I'll see you at noon.
Have fun sleeping.
Make sure you snore.
Get those blackout curtains.
I'm gonna get my bag. Where my bag is.
Blackout curtains.
There's the bag.
Do you need to talk before 30? Like, are we, like, if we're in a warning, do you need to go wall to wall in the show?
I don't think so. Now that it's out of Bell County. What do you think?
I think for anything less than a tornado warning, I think wall to wall is a little overkill.
Yeah.
So you have 4 minutes for full weather, a minute 30 for the first one. Is that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's, yeah. I'll focus on radar a lot, but that's enough.
All right, y'all have a good show.
See you later.
See you in a couple hours.
Yeah. We have a 12 o'clock meeting. Which is just bad for everybody. Like, it's in the middle of, like, between our shifts. And who planned that? Come on. Well, at least he gets to go sleep all day. That's 8 hours from now. He'll feel better at lunch. I'm so glad I woke up a little earlier than I usually do. I heard the wind and I was like, what time is it? It was 2:30 and sure enough, Crystal texted me, Matt's still here. I was like, oh no, I gotta get up there now. Ah! Oh, freaking dying.
You spoke it up because you're like, I don't know my birthday.
You know, we've got some wind going on, but it seems like as it gets closer to College Station, it's starting to
Yes, ma'am. Mic check. 10-9. 10-9. 8-7.
Jasmine and I in the studio. We are following storms once again. Early this morning at 4:29, we're actually about to be live on Texas Today. So I'm going to talk to you guys off and on, but because we're going to be live on Channel 6 as well as the live stream, if it sounds like I'm on TV, I am early this morning. But you guys don't worry, there's some straight line winds, and that is a big story this morning. Nothing tornadic and no reports of large hail either. That's the good news early this morning. The severe warnings down in Burnett County, as well as between Temple and College Station right now, are for straight line winds at 60 miles an hour. And we are about to be on air here in a moment.
Well, good morning to you, Central Texas. Thank you so much for waking up with us on this weather-aware day. I'm Jasmine Caldwell. Let's get you a first check of the forecast with meteorologist Whitney Huddleston. A lot of activity going on this morning, Whitney, when it comes to the weather.
Yes, there is. Waking up weather aware, of course, because yes, you probably just woke up wondering, is this happening? And once again, yes, it is raining. I have good news for you, though. This is straight line winds. You see how it's bowing out? Just moved through Temple and Waco as well. Some street flooding being reported in Waco. But the hail is small, less than a quarter in diameter. Like I said, the straight line winds are the major issue. There's also lightning. Please use caution if you're headed out. Starting to hear, like I said, some reports in McLennan County, especially of street flooding. And we just switched to show you the live cam here in Temple. You can see, obviously, it's still raining here. The brunt of it is through Temple and Waco at this moment. Between Temple and College Station, this storm moving at a very fast clip, faster than we thought it was going to, for sure. So I would say probably in the next hour impacting College Station, and then likely by a lot of folks' commute. It is up and out of the area. Rain, cooled air, definitely in place. We were in the mid to upper 70s, now in the lower 60s, so it is quite cool when you step out. And let's show you radar once again. You can see the brunt of it is through Waco, just light to moderate showers there, but some street flooding in McLennan and Hill County for sure, in the surrounding areas. Definitely just cloudy skies west of I-35 for most of us. Moving into the Austin Metro, if you commute there, Williamson County, including Georgetown. I know my husband is just texting me from Salado. It is so loud, are we okay type of thing. They have allowed the severe thunderstorm warnings to start to be canceled I-35 pointing west, because obviously the brunt of it is now between Temple and Bryan College Station. Bryan College Station, Calvert, Franklin, Cameron, you are now catching the brunt of it. It's brief heavy downpours, lots and lots of lightning, but the gusty winds are the main story, okay? So definitely want you to use caution over, I would say, the next 2 hours or so, and this thing is well on its way to Houston by then, because you can see it is moving at such a fast pace here in the overnight hours. Rest of today. Okay, so this line moves through. It drops an inch or two of rain, maybe some street flooding through now, and I would say mid-morning. Other than that, we are likely going to have a break. Isolated showers and thunderstorms possible through this evening, so stay weather aware.
Okay, Whitney, thank you so much. All right, well, Donald Trump, the former president and expected 2024 Republican nominee, was convicted on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in a hush money scheme. NBC's Bree Jackson has all the details on this historic criminal case.
Former President Donald Trump found guilty of all 34 counts of falsifying business records, marking the first time a former president has been convicted of a crime.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg brought the criminal charges against Trump.
I did my job. Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor.
Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen was a key witness in this trial. He testified that Trump knowingly made payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels in an effort to cover up an alleged affair before the 2016 election.
It's accountability. It's exactly what America needs right now.
Republicans are rallying around their presumptive GOP nominee.
I can't believe the hoax, this sham, this absolute injustice justice system.
In a statement, the Biden campaign said it respected the rule of law, Both presidential candidates are using Trump's legal battles to gain support. Americans are divided over the former president's conviction.
I think that if we have a president that could possibly be a felon, I don't think that's good for the country.
I'm not sure that it might sway it a little bit for Trump because of us seeing how unfair that was to him.
Voters will have their say in November. And former President Trump will be sentenced on July 11th. That's just 4 days before the Republican National Convention. In Washington, Bree Jackson, NBC News.
Well, now to our continuing coverage in the investigation into a house explosion in Conference Cove. The fire chief now says one person died. It happened last Friday, May 24th, around 6:20 a.m. at North Main Street and East Blancas Drive. Now, response crews found a 34-year-old who had been injured. He was rushed to the hospital and later died. He was identified as Landon Michael Lower of Killeen. This explosion and death remains under investigation. Well, the tornado's toll on trees in Central Texas is evident, and a group of local business owners decided to do something to help regrow what's been lost. And as 6 News anchor Lindsay Littman shows us, you're promised a rockin' good time.
Trees are Andrew Volter's business.
Oh, the devastation is just unbelievable. You know, we've gone out into the neighborhoods, gone to our customers, family, friends, and when you see the houses and yards, it's just, you know, breaks your heart. After the storm, we were really kind of racking our brains trying to figure out what we could do to help the community. And my phone rings and there's Ronnie.
Chef, who had an idea.
But we're going to hopefully put a few smiles on people's faces by starting with somewhere.
The Rockin' to Replant benefit concert. Stories from his own customers planted the seed.
The same stories kept getting told over and over as people talking about that really old oak tree that got blown over or that got damaged or ripped out by the roots, because a lot of the ground around us for all the rain we've had was saturated and wet.
It took the community's help to get Chef's Barbecue back on the road to recovery after Belton's big flood in 2010.
We understand loss, devastation, not sure what the next step is, and a simple hug back then was something that made me feel better. So we're hoping that these little trees, they're not $100,000 for everybody, but hopefully they're going to put a little smile and a little something to watch grow and get back to normal.
Anyone who suffered tree damage is eligible to enter through the ticketing website. And the more sponsors that step up, the more trees they can plant.
I hope we plant 1,000, but you know, just kind of depends on how much money we can raise, how the individuals or businesses that we can get come together and raise as much money as possible. But if we can just be a small part in replanting and getting them moving forward, trying to forget the bad situation they're in, it's great for us.
Well, the trees will be 30-gallon live oak trees. The AC/DC cover band Back in Black is playing, plus local band Scratch 3. The concert is June 15th at Chef's Barbecue. And tickets go on sale Monday at 10 a.m. We have all the contact information at kcentv.com if you would like to support the effort. Okay, everyone, so now to an update on an incredible story of survival. A Temple man survived last week's tornado after the strong winds picked up his truck. Well, he flew through the air and lived to tell about it. And 6 News reporter Cindy Deshawn caught up with him.
You're a goofball, dude.
Meet Ryan and Asher Lemur. They are father and son. It was about a week ago when Asher almost lost his dad.
I didn't realize how high in the air I really was. So, yeah, seeing it up above the power lines was pretty crazy.
Ryan's truck flying through the air. He was stuck in an EF2 tornado.
While I was in the air, I kind of hit my head into the door frame once, and then I hit it twice, and I started to see stars. And so I just told myself, like, you can't lose consciousness.
Ryan believes he flew over multiple lanes.
I shoved my legs up into the wheel, and I grabbed the wheel and tucked my neck. And probably about a second later, the truck landed and slid.
He later landed in a bank parking lot.
So I pulled myself out the back windshield of the Ford. I rolled out from under, and I just happened to look up, and about maybe 20, 30 feet away, the bank entrance had been completely ripped off. So I was able to run inside the bank And it's crazy because I don't think I could have gotten into any other building on West Adams.
Ryan was supposed to take his son home when the storms hit. Asher's car seat was found and all the debris outside.
His car seat flew about 30 feet from the truck.
Oh, yeah.
So if he'd have been sitting in it, he said he'd have just jumped out of the truck anyways. And I was like, oh, that's also a bad idea.
I would have turned that into the truck.
He would have done anything to survive just like his dad. Now the two are back home together again and feel blessed to have made it through something like this.
Dad just got lucky.
Yeah, that's been his go-to all week is Dad just got lucky. I told him when he got here, I was like, you know Dad's stronger than a tornado? He was like, you just got lucky. I was like, okay, cool. I don't get to be cool about this, not even for a minute.
Reporting for 6 News, I'm Sydney Deshawn.
Yeah, and those two are lucky to have each other. Well, Lemur's story has now been seen by millions of people. Ford has also reached out. Nothing has happened yet, but who knows? Maybe he will get a new truck out of all of this. All right, well, Marlin ISD will soon be able to offer teachers a competitive bonus. The school district is now part of the Teacher Incentive Allotment Program, or the TIA for short. The TIA rewards top teachers with a bonus potentially worth thousands of dollars. It's a state-funded program that aims to attract and keep the best teachers. Teachers can qualify based on student growth and other established criteria. Well, Marlin joins dozens of other Central Texas school districts who offers the TIA. Well, Salado ISD will be receiving nearly $2 million for new school buses. It's all thanks to a federal program that provides schools with a rebate to buy new electric buses. That's according to Superintendent Michael Noventy. The district will be able to purchase 10 new buses and build the charging station. Plus, all of these buses will be equipped with seat belts.
You probably got woken up by the weather early this morning. I'm going to update you on current radar where that particular line of thunderstorms is headed and talk about our level 2 risk for severe weather all the way through tonight right after the break.
Okay, 443, welcome back to Texas Today. Keeping you weather aware today. A busy day for you, Whitney. I know, happy birthday. It is your birthday, but you got to keep us informed on this weather.
Got to keep you weather aware. It's 443. We just had a line of storms essentially move through the viewing area. Let's just get straight to it. I want to show you where this line of storms is, okay? First, to kick things off, good morning. We are in the 60s, rain cooled air in place. We were in the middle 70s and dropped 10, 15 degrees in the past few hours. A heavy line of storms, and you see how it's kind of bowing out there, right there and pushing forward. Straight line winds are the story this morning. Nothing tornadic, not a tornadic thunderstorm. I know a lot of people woke up worried, especially here in Temple and the surrounding areas, thinking about the past few weeks or so. So it's just straight line winds. Just use caution if you're headed out. Some street flooding in Waco. It pushed through your location as well as here in Temple. Now just light rainfall along I-35. The brunt of it is Robertson and Madison counties under severe thunderstorm warnings for straight line winds gusting up above 65 miles an hour early this morning. Lots of lightning as well, so that's another reason that you do want to use caution. These severe thunderstorm warnings for Robertson and Madison counties between essentially Temple, Waco, and College Station east of I-35 valid until 5:15 and 5:30. So these storms are moving at a really good clip early this morning, dropping an inch or two of rain as well. So definitely want to stay weather aware as that continues to push away from I-35. Again, Temple, Waco, and the surrounding areas at this moment are now calming down for the time being. The main line has now pushed off towards Bryan College Station. Bryan College Station, it will be to you here in the next half hour or so. So brief heavy downpours this morning. This is this line that just pushed through away from I-35. It's going to go off towards Houston in the next couple of hours. A lot of you, by the time you leave the house, it's just going to be cloudy skies in place. Very, very cool conditions, by the way. Like I said, we're down into the lower